Well, Ben Kennedy is away first. Got 2/10 in the bag. And Spencer closing down. Is Ben going to stay out in front? Does it? Ben Kennedy moves on through with a 9.83 against a 10.18. Mick Taylor alongside Andy Cunningham. Mick Taylor 8.010, so close to the sevens, and giving these new Tony Morris carburellas a good old workout. And Mick is running those now. Dave Gibbons down there as well. Morning, Dave. And Tony Morris tuned in from the USA. Morning, Tony. If you want to find out more about TMC, Tony Morris carburetors, Dave Gibbons your man, or get in touch with Tony. Oh, that's not a healthy looking Mick Taylor. He's smoking away. He's going to take the win. 9.56.147 against the loser 11.01. But a bit of a concern there for Mick. Ronnie Mercer going alongside Kim Harrison. Can we please have the Wild Bunch into the pairing lanes, please? Wild Bunch, can we have you into the pairing lanes, please? Well, unfortunately, no sign of Kim. They made it down to the Cracklefest last night, but unable to make the call this morning, which is a great shame. Still, 45 years wedding anniversary this year, this weekend, and the best place for it. So Ronnie just taking it easy. Goes through with an 11.35. Right, Colin Miller. Outstanding in qualifying yesterday. Went 7.06 at 192 miles an hour. And unbelievably got to the stripe second. History-making run yesterday with Jet Guy. And it was the quickest ever side-by-side Outlaw Anglia run. Well, Colin making his own clouds there. Three-stage nitrous purge. Well, he's got the track to himself, basically. Unfortunately, Doug McClure broke, and we saw him having issues yesterday. So, Colin Miller on his own. What's he got for us this morning here at the Hot Rod Drags? He's certainly going to be going for it. We'll look at the short numbers. We'll watch the run build. And if he doesn't rattle the tyres and keep them straight, it'll be special. Oh, that's looking great. Drove through a tiny bit of tyre shake. That is arrow straight, looking quick. 7.04, 192 miles an hour. Oh, he's certainly going for it without a shadow of a doubt. Equaled his speed from yesterday, but 7.04 for Colin. 60 foot on that pass was 1.08 at the 8th mile, 4.50 at 157.35, and at the stripe 7.04, 192. So Pete Jones, Gary Bird. Gary qualified in number 8 spot with 8.58 with the lucky penny. And Pete Jones 10.80. Pete almost went red then. Gary Bird almost went left then right then left and nearly lost it there, but gathered it together. Still went 9.35 at 112, but you can see he was still ahead. He was still trying to take the win. despite the car moving all over the place. But good bit of driving there from Gary, well done. All right, next up then, John Webster. Looks like he's got a solo as well. Should have been alongside Wayne Power. So our spotter's just double checking there because that was a bit leery there. And John just clicking off there. So track crew not entirely happy. Well, they are, but they just want to make sure that that lane is 100%. Don't know whether Gary had any fluid coming up, but Ian's just sprinting back for the tractor. Our spotters are out, and obviously they make sure that the track is absolutely perfect. Also having a look down in the shutdown area as well. Okay, so gives a chance to bring you up to speed with everything today. We've got our eliminations taking place at the moment. It's round one eliminations, obviously, for Outlaw Anglia. And then we're going to continue with our other race classes. It's going to be Gasser Circus after Outlaw Anglia. Then it's going to be the Wild Bunch and Supercharged Outlaws. Run What You Brung will start once all this racing has finished for their session one. Outlaw Anglia, their second round will be around about 11:45, and that will be followed by Split Second, the Jet Dragster, just before midday. Run What You Brung from 12 o'clock onwards, then there will be a lunch break at 1 o'clock, and then basically it's a split between our eliminations and Run What You Brung. The idea being that we get it all done by 5 o'clock this afternoon. So plenty of track action coming up. Weather is a little bit overcast at the moment. There is some damp stuff in the area, so fingers crossed we can avoid as much of that as possible. So whilst the tractor's doing its thing and our track crew just getting everything ready to go once again, going to give the airwaves back to Nitro FM 96.2, we will take it back when engines start and racing commences. Pete almost went red then. Feet almost went red then. So Ronnie just taking it easy. Goes through with 11:35. Right, Colin Miller. Outstanding in qualifying yesterday. Went 7.06 at 192 miles an hour. And unbelievably got to the stripe second. History-making run yesterday with Jet Guy. And it was the quickest ever side-by-side Outlaw Anglia run. Well, Colin making his own clouds there. Three-stage nitrous purge. Well, he's got the track to himself, basically. Unfortunately, Doug McClure broke, and we saw him having issues yesterday. So, Colin Miller on his own. What's he got for us this morning here at the Hot Rod Drags? He's certainly going to be going for it. We'll look at the short numbers. We'll watch the run build. And if he doesn't rattle the tyres and keeps them straight, it'll be special. Oh, that's looking great. Drove through a tiny bit of tyre shake. That is arrow straight, looking quick. 7:04, 192 miles an hour. Oh, he's certainly going for it without a shadow of a doubt. Equaled his speed from yesterday, but 7:04 for Colin. 60 foot on that pass was 1.08 at the 8th mile, 4.50 at 157.35, and at the stripe 7:04, 192. So Pete Jones, Gary Bird. Gary qualified in number 8 spot with 8:58 with the lucky penny. And Pete Jones, 10.80. Pete almost went red then. Gary Bird almost went left then right then left and nearly lost it there, but gathered it together. Still went 9:35 at 112, but you can see he was still ahead. He was still trying to take the win despite the car moving all over the place. But good bit of driving there from Gary, well done. All right, next up then, John Webster. Looks like he's got a solo as well. Should have been alongside Wayne Power. So our spotter's just double checking there because that was a bit leery there. And John just clicking off there. So the track we're not entirely happy. Well, they are, but they just want to make sure that that lane is 100%. Don't know whether Gary had any fluid coming up, but Ian's just sprinting back for the tractor. The spotters are out, and obviously they make sure that the track is absolutely perfect. Also having a look down in the shutdown area as well. Okay, so gives us a chance to bring you up to speed with everything today. We've got our eliminations taking place at the moment. It's round 1 eliminations, obviously, for Outlaw Anglia. And then we're going to continue with our other race classes. It's going to be Gas Circus after Outlaw Anglia. Then it's going to be the Wild Bunch and Supercharged Outlaws. Run What You Brung will start once all this racing has finished for their session 1. Outlaw Anglia, their second round will be around about 11:45, and that will be followed by Split Second, the Jet Dragster, just before midday. Run What You Brung from 12 o'clock onwards, then there will be a lunch break at 1 o'clock, and then basically it's a split between our eliminations and Run What You Brung. The idea being that we get it all done by 5 o'clock this afternoon. So plenty of track action coming up. Weather is a little bit overcast at the moment. There is some damp stuff in the area, so fingers crossed we can avoid as much of that as possible. So whilst the tractor's doing this thing and our track crew just getting everything... Well, it's looking a little bit misty in the distance, and it's just this little weather system that's hovering at the moment, but we're okay to continue. Our track crew have just sledded everywhere, so we're good. We've only got this and one more pair in Outlaw Anglia, then it's on to Gasser Circus. This is John Webster, qualified the number 3 spot yesterday with a 7.15, but it's Webbo's 60-foot numbers have been outstanding this weekend. So, as you say, John would have been alongside Wayne Power. It was his debut weekend for him. But let's see how John gets on then. And I have a sneaky suspicion he'll be going for it as well. Fast Company 2. .103 to the 60-foot. Oh, it just gets out of the groove. It was slightly going right. John gathered it up, strained it up, 8.32 at 132, but it was 103 to 60 foot. Jed Guy making clouds all of his own. Can I please have Supercharged Outlaws into the pairing lanes, please? Supercharged Outlaws into the pairing lanes. This is your number 1 qualifier. This is the UK's and Europe's first 6-second Outlaw Anglia. There's only 2 members of that club worldwide. John Willard in Australia, Jed Guy here in the UK. Very good evening to John. I know he's tuned in. He's already been said, oh, where's the live feed? But he's tuned in. As are so many people around the world, and of course around the UK, checking out Shane Bird and of course Jed Guy. What's Jed got for us this morning? He's on a speed record actually. If he can back up his 192 run from yesterday, not sounding entirely healthy as he goes through there. 7.39 at 178. It's a round win though. But had a few track trigger sensor issues yesterday, but got it sorted out. Right, okay, it is Gasser Circus. First pair, Tony Pearson, Nick Barnett. Now this is dial-in racing, it's not heads up, so you can see the numbers on the scoreboards there. 10.80 for Tony, but it's 11.74 for Nick Barnett. Nick will be going first. Both in pre-stage. Nick goes in, Tony goes in, so Nick will be leaving first. There he goes. Oh, red light for Tony Pearson. He eliminates himself. $11.72. It was a breakout for Nick Barnett. It doesn't matter. He'd already got the win as Tony Redley. He also broke out as well. Come on, yeah. Tom Marston, 11.38 on the dial-in, going alongside Mick Allen with the Quick Buck Corvette. Oh, Tom being pushed back. What a shame. He had such a consistent car yesterday. Number 1 qualifier as well. But, and Ashford, no, they're both being pushed back. So obviously we do have a little bit of precipitation at the top end. It's okay when you see one car being pushed back. When you get both of them, it just makes life that a little bit more tricky. It'll be one of those days today, but I mean, Friday and Saturday, yesterday, outstanding day. but just a little bit challenging. Right, we're on hold for the time being, folks. We'll come back to you when we can continue racing. But once again, it's time to hand the airways over to Nitro FM 96.2. We'll catch up with you soon. Pete almost went red then. To the 60-foot. Oh, it just gets out of the groove. It was slightly going right. John gathered it up, strained it up. 832 at 132, but it was 103 to 60 foot. He's on a speed record, actually. If he can back up his 192 run from yesterday. Not sounding entirely healthy as he goes through there. 7:39 at 178. It's a round win though. But had a few track triggers.
The one my heart has gone to me, not going to wait.
to win.
Tico tick. Oh, tico, tico, tico tock. Tico tick. Oh, tico, tico, tico tock. Tico tick. Oh, tico, tico, tico tock. Tico tick. Oh, tico, tico tock. This tico, tico, he's a cuckoo in my car.
Bring it down.
and drives up to the line. And he currently qualified in the number 26 spot. Rob Brindle, currently number 19. Off and running, Rob Brindle, currently in the number 19 spot. And goes 10.98, stays 19. Andy Cunningham moves up a couple of spots though, goes 11.28, 124. Rob Turrington with Anglia-Saxon going alongside. Pete Jones. He's back. Well, it was one night Tom being pushed back. I just didn't think about the option of it not being too good on the old precipitation front, but when I saw them both being pushed back, made me realise that that's what we're up against. But look at the trees in the distance. Looks a bit better than it did earlier. So the Darlings then, Tom Darling in 11.38, Mick Allen Darling in 10.50 with the Corvette.
Love that car.
So Tom, the number one qualifier, went 11.381 on his first pass yesterday. And never got beaten. So Tom will be leaving first, Mick will be chasing him down. Well, Tom took that one by a huge hole shot, basically. Read that very beautifully, a 0.5 light. Went 11.82 on that 38. Next up then, Jason Pickett with Cherry Bomb going alongside Ray Irish, the gas junkie. Now Jason was running 11.4s pretty much every pass yesterday, and then the last one he ran went 11.38, just went that little bit quicker. Going alongside Ray Irish, Darling in 10.15, so Jason will be leaving first. So Ray Irish doing the chasing. And Ray Irish takes that one on the whole shot in effect. The win margin .005 at the stripe. Very well judged from Ray. Jason goes 45 on that 41. But the reaction time for Ray was just that little bit better. Steve Matthews with Honky Tonkin taking on Graham Barton with High Anxiety. Now Steve has been lifting those front wheels and not always going straight. It can be quite entertaining when he hooks up and goes. Graham Barton though will be leaving first, 10.74 on his Darling. He qualified in the number 5 spot. Steve, number 13, his dial, 9.81. Much calmer launch for Steve. And Steve's already pulled alongside. But doesn't take the win. Look at the win margin, .004. Graham Barton takes that one. And basically Graham dodged a bullet there. Jason Hollenby taking on Nervous Nick. Not bad the bad against the jumping jalapeno. 11.90 plays 10.80. light drag race, and this is going to be tight at the stripe. Win margin 0.25. Jason Hollenbeek takes that one. Goes 10.92 on a 10.80 dial in. Lose out for Nick there, 12.24. Billy Jones and Martin Hallam. Billy Jones, number 3 in the points chase. We just saw Jason go through. He's number 2 in the points. And Nick Barnett also through. He's leading the points and is basically running away with it. Just on hold for the top end at the moment. Okay, good to go. Green light drag race and another tight one as well. It's Billy that takes that one. A double breakout. Oh, sorry. Win margin 0.07. Just looking at the next darlings there. So it is Billy that goes through, keeps his championship hopes alive. Paul Dominy and Sean Milsom. So the dial-ins then, Sean Milsom, 10.13, 11.84 for Paul. Sean Milsom goes red. So he's not going to score any more points this weekend. So Paul Dominy, he goes through into round 2 to face Ray Irish. Last pair then. Katie Booth going alongside Lee Pike. And these two cars are pitted right next door to each other under the same marquee. So Lee dialing in 9.30, 10.43 for Katie. Oh, a little bit of a staging duel. No, Katie goes in. Katie's away. Goes Lee in pursuit. Yeah, and Lee Pike takes that one.
Can't be right.
Right, okay, so we are up to date in the tower. That's good stuff. So we'll get these sorted out. We actually think that Casey took that one. So next pair. Brian Gibson with Identity Crisis, the 64 Dodge Dart, going alongside Simon Glenn with the Austin pickup. This, in effect, is a time trial run because these two cars were, in effect, our alternates. And it's Brian Gibson goes 11.23 against a loser at 11.79. So we got a little bit of shuffling of results to sort out here. So obviously they will be corrected. A little bit of a headache to sort out there, but we'll get that one sorted out. Very, very strange. I've never really seen all that before. Okay, next up, I'm going to look in the lanes. Wild Bunch, and then it will be Supercharged Outlaws. Well, Mr. Fadster has made it down onto the start line. How's your back this morning, mate? Seriously, don't keep bending over backwards like that. No, don't do that either. That's not so good. How are you? You're good, man. Well done, mate. So, yeah, Andy Hadfield reached for he was doing his Buzz Lightyear impression yesterday. He was reaching for the sky, but when it came back down to earth, it was a bit of a thud. So, but good to see Andy out and about this morning. But the car looking quite sad in the pits. But he'll be back for Flame and Thunder. He'll be back next weekend, actually, as daughter Purdy is in Junior Dragster and made a big old move in the points last weekend. We're waiting for the points that will be announced, well, sort of tomorrow, Tuesday, basically. As we just got to finalise where everybody is at the moment and then work out all the permutations as to who can win what and who has already won what and who can't do it, basically. So we look forward to seeing those appear on Eurodragster.com. And whilst it's also a little bit quiet, just to remind everybody to basically visit the pod shops on site. We've got the main one in the pits just by Half Track, and obviously got the secondary one here by the catering area as well. Also, just hopping over the wall, and there he goes again, Ian Blackett, with Blackett Photography. Pop round to the studio. There's loads of stuff that went down the track yesterday, and Ian has pretty much captured every single one of them. And if you want to get hold of a print or digital version, Paula will be in the studio all day long, and Ian is just popping back round there as well to drop some more memory sticks off and pop round to their studio. It is just by the crossroads where it goes by the between the pairing lanes. That's about it for the moment. Our start line crew aren't going anywhere, but we're just sorting a few things out. Nitro FM going to take the airwaves just for a moment, but I don't think it's going to be long, as we've got the Wild Bunch in the pairing lanes. So Ray Irish doing the chasing. And Ray Irish takes that one on a whole shot in effect. The win margin .005 at the stripe for 981. Much calmer launch for Steve. And Steve's already pulled alongside. But doesn't take the win. Look at the win margin, .0. Green light drag race, and this is going to be tight at the stripe. Win margin .25. Jason Hollenby takes that one. Goes 10.92 on a 10.80 dial in. Green light drag race, and another tight one as well. It's Billy that takes that one. A double breakout. Oh, sorry. Sean Milton goes red. He's not going to score any more points this weekend, so Paul Dominy, he goes through into round 2 to face Ray Irish. Last pair then. Katie Booth going alongside Lee Pike. And a little bit of a staging duel. No, Katie goes in. Katie's away. Goes Lee in pursuit. Yeah, and Lee Pike takes that one.
Can't be right.
This in effect is a time trial run because these two cars were in effect our alternates. And it's Brian Gibson goes 11.23 against a loser at 11.79. Launch for Steve. And Steve's already pulled alongside. But doesn't take the win. Look at the win margin, 0.004. Graham Barton takes that one. And basically Graham dodged a bullet there. Jason Hollenby taking on Nervous Nick. Not bad the bad against the jumping jalapeno. 11.90 plays 10.80. Green light drag race, and this is going to be tight at the stripe. Win margin 0.25. Jason Hollenby takes that one. Goes 10.92 on a 10.80 dial in. Lose out for Nick there, 12.24. Billy Jones and Martin Hallam. Billy Jones, number 3 in the points chase. We just saw Jason go through. He's number 2 in the points. And Nick Barnett also through. He's leading the points and is basically running away with it. Just on hold for the top end at the moment. Okay, good to go. Green light drag race and another tight one as well. It's Billy that takes that one, a double breakout. Oh, sorry. Win margin 0.07. Just looking at the next diamonds there. So it is Billy that goes through, keeps his championship hopes alive. Paul Domini and Sean Milsom. So the dial-ins then, Sean Milsom, 10.13, 11.84 for Paul. Sean Milsom goes red. So he's not going to score any more points this weekend. So Paul Domini, he goes through into round 2 to face Ray Irish. Last pair then. Katie Booth going alongside Lee Pike. And these two cars are pitted right next door to each other under the same marquee. So Lee dialing in 9.30, 10.43 for Katie. Oh, a little bit of a staging duel. No, Katie goes in. Katie's away. Goes Lee in pursuit. Yeah, and Lee Pike takes that one.
Can't be right.
Right, okay, so we are up to date in the tower. That's good stuff. So we'll get these sorted out. We actually think that Casey took that one. So, next pair. Brian Gibson with Identity Crisis, the 64 Dodge Dart, going alongside Simon Glenn with the Austin pickup. This, in effect, is a time trial run because these two cars were, in effect, our alternates. And it's Brian Gibson goes 11.23 against the loser at 11.79. Well, Paul Henshaw is still qualified, obviously. He's in the number 3 spot. Oh, number 4 spot, apologies. So then, Rob Stone, currently 6 on the 8.44. Pete Jones, currently number 21. .48, only 400 is what he ran earlier. And a 10.95 for Pete Jones, so they go straight through. Ben Kennedy with the Relentless Pop going alongside Gary Hill. Poppin' Anglia. Ben Kennedy, best in Outlaw Anglia this weekend, 10.24. Gary Hill, 9.65. Well, don't forget we've still got Colin Miller to come round. We've still got Jed Guy to come round. But our focus is on these two at the moment, Ben Kennedy and Gary Hill. A proper little wheel stand there for Ben, but it's Gary out in front. 970 plays a 1027. No help for either of them, just a little bit off what they ran before. So Pete Butler with the little gold pop taking on Ted Booth with Mighty Mouse. Ted in number 11 spot, Pete number 22. Ted, 9:43. Best so far. Katie having a brilliant time in Gasser Circus. She number 2 qualifier there. And she's run bang on her number twice. Carl Orches and the nitrous kicks in for Ted. 9:45, just 200s off. And Pete Butler goes 11:18. Tom Margerson in the number 25 spot with the Tinseltown Hustler. Running in the 11.4s, going alongside Phil Jewett, 9.75 for the 403 Mafia. So Tom waiting patiently as Phil Jewett comes up to the line. Well, can Phil go quicker than 9.75? Can he? I'll say so. 9.36, 138. That moves Phil up from 14 to 11. 11.59, no help there for Tom. All right, the banner match up then. Jed Guy, Colin Miller, number 1 and number 2. Quickest ever side-by-side Outler Anglia pass, 7.08 for Colin Miller, 6.97 for Jed Guy. And no surprise whatsoever, that 6-second club sticker is already on the boot lid of Jed Guy's Shorty's Hot Rod. And that's going to be a photograph that's going to be appearing on social media later on. But Colin Miller would love to be the next member. He wants to join that club today. All 3 stages of nitrous he's got. Obviously Jed nitrous as well. So you could see history of the making again here. Are we going to see side-by-side 6s? Is Colin Miller going to join that club? Are we going to have a new number 1 qualifier? Let's see as this one gets ready to go. Equal 109 to 60 foot. 7.06, Colin Miller. Jed backed out of the run in the end there, 7.72 at 126, but 7.06 for Colin. They were both 109 to 60 foot. They were both in the 4.5 second zone to the 8th mile, but after that it was all Colin. I'll tell you what, there's only 100th between them on the reaction times as well. That was good race, even though it was qualifying. So, Jed Guy goes into eliminations as your number 1 qualifier. Colin Miller goes in at number 2. We move into the Wild Bunch. And first up, it's Paul Tarry with Trigger's Broom, going alongside Callum Swinchat with the King's Topolino. Paul Tarry, don't forget the way the Wild Bunch work, they run all day long, just getting numbers together. Little wheel stand off the line there for Callum. $8.95 go and 11.26. Paul Tarry. Wow. He's just found half a second improvement on his PB. And he's also got a new speed PB as well. So Paul Tarry has just gone from 11.75 to 11.26. That's half a second improvement. Well done, Paul. Steve Garland with the Sonic Attack, going alongside James Ald with the Little Faust Dragster. Well, Steve Garland running PB after PB this weekend. Can he go quicker than 12.57? James Ald, been a few years since he's been down to the 12.2s. Maybe in the high 12s here. Mind you, James can cut a light, that's for sure. 0.4. Mid 12s again, 12.68 and a 12.87 there for James. Alan Lloyd with Gonzo. 8.04 earlier on. And he's got Kevin Whiting with Tip Top. Alan Lloyd on a great looking run here. 7.99, 159. Kev Whiting goes 10.66. And he's equalled his PB there. If he'd have done 10.65, it would have been a PB, but 10.66 was the run. So Bobby Wright with the altered. 9.88 is his PB. Looks like he's got the track to himself. Can't see Wayne Colliver down there. He'll appear in a moment. Oh, a bit of a hop, skip and a jump off the line there for Bobby. Still goes 10.13 on that, 136 miles an hour. If he didn't have that little jump off the line, that could have been back in the nines again. Angelo Lenny with Henry's Revenge. Alongside Dan and Elliot. I say Dan and Elliot because I don't know who's behind the wheel. Raging Cajun has a best of 9.93. So we're going to send the Raging Cajun first. Good looking run. 10, 2730. Oh, you get that front wheel shake. That once it starts, you just got to let it take its course. It's very bizarre when that happens. Seen it on a few cars. Well, unfortunately, when they pulled the parachute pin out, the parachute came out, so that's why they've had to abort this run. It's just one of those things that happens sometimes when you pull the parachute pin out to, in effect, arm it. Sometimes if the cable's too short or too tight, or whatever, sometimes the parachute safety mechanism just stops it. But yeah, unfortunate that, but at least the parachute itself hasn't come out, so they may be able to repack that and give it another go, but we will see. Happy Days is in the Auto Glim lane. That is Rob White going alongside Ian Wild with the Wildcat. Ian Wild goes 13.29. Rob White goes 12.13. Well, unfortunately, Wayne Colliver, though he's still sat in the car, I'm not too sure if he'll be making the run, so. So just a little bit of a traffic jam down there as Jim Tanner comes around the corner with a shindigger. And it's the Boston Straggler number 2 coming around the corner. So a pair of slingshots for you. So Tim Roy, chance to have a look down on that V12 Jag engine in the Boston Straggler. What a fantastic combination. And interesting, they've taken the covers or the filters off the top of the engine, made it look even lower. So Tim Roy coming into this weekend at a PB of 9.20. That's already been improved upon. Tim going 9.12 in qualifying today. Jim Tanner 9.18. So in fact, these two are very evenly matched on ET. Cracking launch there for Tim Roy. Great looking runs a pair. 9.26 plays a 9.14 for Jim Tanner. That's a PB for Jim. Well done, Jim. Quite on the speed, but it's an ET that what counts. So well done to Jim. Nine PBs for ET during the Wild Bunch so far today, and a few of them have set new PBs for their speed as well. 6 of them have gone faster than they've ever been. Crazy Chris with backdraft. And it's Lee Hartnell with Metal Mistress. Got to thank Claire once again for all the information that she gives us for these events. So back to our Metal Mistress. Chris using the wheelie bar once again. For what little of it is there is on the car. 9:23 plays a 10:02. What a way to run a new PB. Almost in the nines as well. Brilliant job. 10:02 for Lee Hartnell. And look at the speed as well, 131.81. That is a monstrous PB, well done. So Phil James with the Rampage Funny Car. Are we going to get a drinks bottle this time? Maybe not. Right, going alongside Rich Butcher with the Fourth Dimension. Quite sure what's happened with Rich, but all good to go now. Wayne Colliver unfortunately going back to the pits. That's a shame. I was hoping to see Wayne put another run in today, but it's not to be. So Phil James goes 9:45, he's consistent, and a 13:15 for Rich Butcher. So Rob and Pete Brown, Wrathchild and Rebel. So it's Pete Brown in Rebel, he is in the Autogleam lane, and it's Rob in Wrathchild in the Kestrel Beer lane. Rebel goes through with an 8:61. Next up it's Mark Coulsell. Going alongside Bradley Cooper with the flathead. Cracking little dragster that Bradley's got there, back from the past slingshot. I think he's got the smallest engine in the Wild Bunch running this weekend. Only 296 cubic inches. And not only that, it's a 6-cylinder, not a V8. one of the smallest engines that Darren's had to look at for a little while. But a lovely little dragster that Brad's got there. PB in the 11.2s. Mark Corsell has gone 8.07. He's gone 8.10 today. Oh, look at that go. In 8.11. Brad Cooper goes to 17. And that's another PB, Brad Cooper. Oh, I just love it when people do PB runs. Not his fastest ever, but got there too quick to build up any more speed. 11.17. Well done, Brad. Next up, Matthew Hollins and Skippy with Chasing Time.
Can you switch the lanes over?
So Skippy in his new ride, Chasing Time. And Hollins in the slingshot. She thrills. Skippy goes 9.91. Goes up from. Let's just double check on his previous numbers. Yeah, that's his first 9. Congratulations, Skip. And there's a new speed as well. Matthew Hollins goes 10.30. But he's gone faster than he's ever gone before. 134.94 now. Well, the PBs just keep on coming. So that's the Wild Bunch done. We move over to the Supercharged Outlaws. So Tony Underhill and Gary Parks, your next pair. Lots of information to give out during Supercharged Outlaws, but the first pair, Tony Underhill and Gary Parks. And Gary, 7.45 this weekend. He's hit his number bang on. Tony Underhill, his target 7.02. They're going to leave the line together. It's not racing, it's just seeing how close to the numbers they can get. They can go under it, it doesn't matter. But at least you can see the target numbers they're aiming for. Oh, if Tony can stick with it, this is on a good number. 7.32. And look at this, 7.38. Ah, Gary Parks is in the 7.3s. Tony Underhill is in the 7.3s. Tony was off the throttle at the stripe as well, only 151. Gary Parks, 7.38, 1.79. This story is just unfolding. Unbelievable. Right, Freddie's Revenge. And Joe Hood managed to get in touch with us. Jenny just wanted to say that it's likely to be her last meeting with the team, as they are moving to Australia. Thought it was worth a mention when Robbie Grabbin pulls round with the Supercharged Outlaws. Well, Joe, I know the run is about to take place. I hope you can hear this. So, Joe Hood, myself, Shark, dancing, and my brood. Good stuff. Going alongside Steve Johnson with the Motor Mouse, the Slingshot. Robbie looking for a 720. Steve Johnson looking for a 750. Oh, Steve blades the tyre, so it's all about Robbie. That's a great looking run. 749 at 162. Steve Johnson just coasting through with a 1242. Well, trying to keep up with what's been planned at the moment is quite unbelievable. So our next pair come round, and it is Slingshot of Roy Wilding. That, of course, is the Chariots of Fire machine. There's a big, strong burn out there for Simon Barlow with the Beast. The targets are both in the 7-second zone. So Roy Wilding with the Chariots of Fire dragster. Unfortunately, we just lost his target number for the time being. His run will still count. Obviously, Simon Barlow, well, he's obviously targeted the 7 because he'd love to run one. When I say a 7, it'd be a 7 flat. No times or speeds, unfortunately, for Simon Barlow. That's a 761 at 182 there for Roy Wilding, but unfortunately Simon Barlow just jumped through and didn't get a chance to stage the vehicle properly. That's a great shame. It's a run that they won't get any information from the timing screen. They'll certainly get some info off the car. Right, once it's quiet, it gives you an opportunity to read out some information for you. One of the pairings you're about to see is going to be Andy Hadfield going alongside Aaron Windridge. And Andy Hadfield has got a special passenger on board, but basically in the parachute pack. Andy Hadfield is carrying some of Dave Rowland's ashes in his parachute pack. And obviously this has been quite a build-up to this particular moment. Dave Rowlands was one of our family here at Santa Pod Raceway. He was a start line marshal and did everything he could to help out on the track, was here a lot of the times during the week as well. And his car, Destiny's Angel, has been driven by Warren, and that's gone into the 8-second zone today, so that's been absolutely staggering. So when Andy pulls the parachutes, Dave Rowlands will be home. But not only that, Aaron Windridge is going to be side by side with Andy Hadfield. Aaron has ashes of Kevin Mortimer in his parachute pack. He was a massive part of the Supercharged Outlaws and the whole drag racing scene, even in the Wild Bunch. He used to race the old Madder Slingshot, which is now Mick Checkett's car. It's going to be quite emotional for both the teams when they come round the corner, and especially so when the parachutes are pulled. in the shutdown area. And actually, to be honest with you, I'm getting a bit emotional talking about it, because two great people, it will be their fondest farewell ever when those cars come round the corner. I'll mention it again when the actual cars come round, but I had a quiet moment to actually get that information out. Before they do their runs, we've still got some more Supercharged Outlaws coming around the corner. It's the good guys going alongside the little Hemi Hustler. The time now, 20 to 7 in the evening. Well, can you believe this? The good guys hit their number absolutely bang on earlier. They set a target of 8.80 and they went 8.80 and they put another 0 on the end of that. Outstanding. Going along, Mike Couch with Little Hemi Hustler. 84 is where he's run so far, but his target is 8.70. Parachutes armed on both cars. So the good guys, Topolino against the little Hemi Hustler. Supercharged Outlaws, their third session. .75 and 924. Mike Couch very close to his, only 500ths off. Not quite as precise as the last one for the good guys, but they're having a pretty good weekend. So just having a look round to see that Joe Bond is in the lanes. A Herculean effort from them this weekend. Luke Watts is there with Al Capone. It's a track debut for that car this weekend. But it's still not running right. It's a new car making its debut this weekend, but new car gremlins, you'll always find them. But once everything settles down and they get it all running sweet as a nut, then the numbers will follow after that. So it looks like Des Taylor with Thunder God making his way forward, and Joe Bond is down there as well with the Bond, Hannes and Osborne slingshot. And it is Joe Bond that's fired up. Oh, nearly was fired up. So Jim Usher is down there with the Hemi Hunter. Well, Joe's engine starts, but it just doesn't want to keep going. So Des Taylor with the Thunder God. And here he comes. One of the great stories of the weekend actually was from Des. There's a change of drivers on Friday. That was when Duncan Beard had to go. Proper right foot heavy burn out there from Des Taylor with Thunder God. Des eventually coming back. He will be coming back. There he is. Well, as the sun sets behind the spectator banking, it's been a glorious day here today. It's so good that the Hot Rod Drags has been able to have 2 years in a row of nigh on perfect conditions on the Saturday. The flags just barely fluttering. The wind turbines have hardly turned today. Well, Luke Watts heading back to the pits, frustrating with the new car, but they'll get it sussed out, and I'll tell you what, that thing's going to fly when they get that sussed. It's a good team, that. It's like a new pair of jeans. They're never comfortable the first time you put them on, but once you get used to them, Des Taylor on a storming run here. Went 7.52 earlier. That's another one, a 7.50 this time round. The Thunder God absolutely thundering down the track. Team extremely happy with that one. Well done, Des. Well, unfortunately, Joe Bond heading back to the pits. I'll tell you what, they've really been up against it this weekend. Damaged a head and piston and all sorts of ancillaries yesterday. Managed to get down again today, which is great to see, but going back to the pits. So, Jim Usher, 8.15 earlier on. His target is 750. So you're wondering what they're spraying into the air intake there. It's a de-icer. When the cars run methanol, it burns cold and it can actually freeze the injectors closed. So they spray de-icer to stop them from freezing shut. Yeah, it sounded like it was missing just a little bit as he was going up the track. So Jim Usher backs out of it, goes 984, still goes 984 at 91 mile an hour. But yeah, it just something, I don't know if it was a misfire or what, but it just didn't sound 100%, firing on all 8 there. Next up then, Andy Park. And what a matchup this is. Andy Park going alongside Wayne Allman with Mental Breakdown. Now, if Wayne is sticking to plan, which I assume he is, this will be a half pass for Wayne. He didn't actually get the run in last time. Well, Wayne bouncing to a stop between the 330 and the 8th. Andy Park, always a threat in Supercharged Outlaws. His target number is 9.80. Don't worry about the 7 flat for Wayne Allman. That's when he does his full pass. But as far as I'm concerned, this is a half pass coming up for Wayne. Lots of new bits on the top of the engine. Basically everything north of the manifold is new. So wants to bed it in before he hits it too hard. He's got all day tomorrow for that. Andy Park in pre-stage, just waiting patiently for Wayne to come forward. So half pass for Wayne, full pass coming up for Andy. Andy trying to get as close to 980 as he can, but well, Wayne's decided to take it all the way through to a 726 at 188. Andy Park goes 984 at 134. Oh, I wasn't quite sure if Wayne was going to do that. I know he missed a run, and he was targeting to do a full pass at the end of the day, but because he missed a run, I didn't think he'd do it. Nevertheless, 726, 188, well on Wayne. So Mick Hanna and Mick Checkett. There are slingshots for you. 770 plays 750 with the Haggis Hunter going 724 earlier on. Absolutely outstanding pass there for Mick Hanna. Mick Checkett's also been in the sevens. He's gone 796 so far. The idea is to try and get as close to their numbers on the boards as possible. Got to say well done to Wayne Allman, his crew going to pick him up. Well done, gang. Cracking pass. Unexpected, but brilliant. I totally approve the hoodie that Emma's got on. So Mick Hanna coming alongside Mick Checkett. Two slingshots. They can go as hard and as fast as they like. Those target numbers are literally that. They're just targets, 750 and 770. Let's see how they get on. And well held, sir. Mick Checkett goes 795 at 167. Mick Hanna all over the place there, but kept it in his lane, goes 1457. So as we managed to get out earlier on, this is very, very special, this particular pairing. So as we know, Aaron Windridge has got some ashes in his parachute pack, and they are of course Kevin Mortimer. Well, I think they're giving him a ride of their lifetime here, as Andy Hadfield goes to the 8th, and so does Aaron. Although they're trying to run some numbers, this is quite a personal moment for everybody down there. As you say, Aaron in his parachute pack has got Kevin Mortimer's ashes, and Andy Hadfield the ashes of Dave Rowlands. When they go through the finish line, they're going to pull those chutes, and Kev and Dave will basically be here forever. And it's a real fitting send-off. Oh, so careful with the parachute pins. We say goodbye to Dave. Say bye to Kev. And we'll be at their spiritual home forever. So we bid farewell. We've said goodbye to them already, but this is... we'll never forget them. But they're going to be at home forever here at Santa Pod Raceway, the home of European drag racing and home to the memories. Wow. Huge wheel stand for Andy Hadfield. Aaron's going to pull the chutes. And there go the ashes. Unfortunately, we're going to have to wait a little bit for Andy to be able to pull the ashes for Dave Rowlands. But that was a skywards wheel stand, but a cracking run for Aaron, 784, 169 miles an hour. Andy Hatfield, you are a legend, sir. Well, no pun intended, but when you carry a passenger in your parachutes, it's going to weigh the back end of the car down. And maybe Dave just didn't want to go just yet. But he's still home. And they'll still pull the chutes at some stage this weekend. But it's not going to be on that particular pass. But Andy Hadfield, what a wheel stand that was. Awesome. But Aaron Windridge at 784, 169 miles an hour. Tucked in behind us is young Warren with Destiny's Angel. He's been in the 8s this weekend. Staggering performance. Rich Wilcock down there. Brilliant job from everybody down there. But Andy Hadfield with that wheel stand, my goodness me. Well, I know he's got new wheelie bars on there, but that thing reached for the sky. It really did. Came down to earth with a bit of a thud as well, to be honest. But Andy was out of the car. He's okay. He's waving to us all. Don't forget, you still got to do the barbecue tonight, Andy. You got to love him. He's top bloke. Absolutely top bloke. So obviously Twister is stuck on the track at the moment. So obviously we need to get that moved before we can run the next car. And that, of course, is young Warren with Destiny's Angel. Well, Angie, I don't know if you can hear me down there. I'm not sure if she can, but it just makes the story that much more interesting as we look on. Warren's sitting there patiently waiting. Yeah, they're all good down there. They're all good. Right, I'll tell you what, I don't know how long it's going to take to get Andy, and I can pad out as long as possible, but Nitro FM, if you can just take the airways for a moment, we'll be back with you, and continuation of fun and games here at the Hot Rod Drags. Well, sometimes don't. Everything doesn't go to plan. Gemma and Jed Guy just been in touch. Has anybody got a crank trigger sensor? They rather need one of those. So, if anybody has got a crank trigger sensor, just pop round and see Jed in the pits of Outlaw Anglia. Okay, so this is Warren Rowlands with Destiny's Angel. Bit of a special run for Warren. But we just have a little bit of a giggle down on the start line. The idea being that Warren would be the next one down the track to drive through Dave's Ashes, but obviously they're still in the parachute pack of Andy Hadfield's Twister, and hopefully Andy's car's A-OK. That rode the wheelie bars very high indeed. 944, 147 miles an hour, and I tell you what, all the effort that's gone into that car this weekend has been 100% worthwhile. Angie, she's having a weekend never to forget. So obviously Andy hopefully tomorrow will be able to do the proper shoot run, and obviously we hope that Twister is A-OK after that ridiculously high wheel stand. So we now are into Run What You Brung, and it's only going to be about well, a reduced Run What You Brung session due to all the shenanigans of of our race classes. Certainly been entertaining, that's for sure. So just a quick timing system reboot. So the plan for the rest of the evening, obviously it's now going to be Run What You Brung. And it will lead up to the split-second Jet Dragster at 7:35, and then our Crackle-Fest at 20 to 8. Right, so Run What You Brung, just getting ready. Got AJ with the 57. And Harley Peters with the yellow 32. Just getting ourselves set. Issue with the computer system. Sorry about that. Well, there goes the Destiny's Roland team, Destiny's Angel team, and of course Andy Hadfield and Aaron Windrich. What a final part of Supercharged Outlaws that was. So afternoon turns to evening, and been a pretty amazing day, dawn to dusk, here at Santa Pod for the Hot Rod Drags. We get to do it all again tomorrow. Well, it gives me a chance to just call that one out once again. Gemma Guy has been in touch. Jed is trying to find a crank trigger sensor. If anybody's got one, if they could please pop round and see Gemma and Jed Guy in the Outlaw Anglia pits. Sort of thing that somebody might have. So fingers crossed they can get that sorted out. Well, the computer's picked this moment to pick a wobbly. And you can see the reboot actually taking place now. Actually, look at this. All the hieroglyphics on the scoreboards and on the tree. Well, the computer's back up. Fingers crossed. Looks like we're good to go. We are indeed. So, start them up, folks. Bring you forward once again. So Harley Peters then with the yellow 32, going alongside AJ with the 57 Chevy. Well, the conditions really good to go fast now. There's still a bit of heat in the track. Obviously, it's getting a little bit darker out there, so the air is getting better. And perfect ingredients to go quick. Well, that call-out worked for Gemma and Jed Guy. They've got a crank trigger sensor, so they're sorted. Well done. 11:32 plays 11:73. Quickest of the day. Well, 11:73, quickest for the last few passes, that's for sure. So Oscar Cross down again. Goodness me, he's getting some runs in. Got the Chevy down there as well. Trouble is I've lost the other computer now, so I'm down to notes on my book and trying to find everybody now is a little bit fun. It's getting dark in the tower, and if I put the light on I can't see much else what's going on. So Oscar's been 11.6. That's what we got this time. Not quite as quick. 13.36 plays a 14.93. Nostalgia Superstock matchup between Jim Smith, he's in the Auto Glim lane, and Glyn Boardman with the Watts Speed Shop car. Do you know what, this could be qualifying for Nostalgia Superstock. The amount of them that we got on site here this weekend. Graham Scribbins back down for yet another run, and it's the first time I've seen this car appear on the track today. Left it late. I'm just wondering if it's Duncan Beard, because it's got, if not, it's an identical crash helmet. Could be wrong, but that was lucky, he was still rolling. That's what gave him a 0.9 reaction time. 11.25 there for Graham and 14.37 for the Cobra. Chris Simcock with Little Pop. Been running about 28 seconds. Going alongside Graham Harrison with the 33 Willis. Car used to feature And David Murdoch drove it in Street Eliminator. Tell you what, when that car hits the sweet spot and really starts hauling, it is going to be a totally different animal to drive. Just goes through with an 1871, and about 10 seconds later, Chris Simcock will take the stripe. Be about 28 seconds. There we go, 28.39 at 45 miles an hour. Well, the lane's looking pretty busy. So Richard T then with the little roadster. 9:48 earlier on. Cracking run. Jasmine peering in. There's obviously an adjuster, with nitrous or whatever, but just getting it set for the run. Not quite sure what's going on. Yep, all good. So the car that Kevin Carousel built, and this isn't the only one he built. Another one we said goodbye to earlier this year. A little bit late on the shift there. I know he went for the shift, but it didn't come in. 980 at 137. Just having a look at the cars coming round. It's plenty of them in the lanes. Like Danny Wilson. This car doesn't hang about. Not quite sure what his best is. Certainly in the 10s. Oh, just stopped literally as soon as he went for the launch. It something cut or lost drive. .52 going through okay. That's had quite a few runs today as well. Goes 16.94 at 75. But the bonnet coming up, so obviously an issue under there. So Kenny Dromey with the Falcon. Oh, just a little bit too far, just staged a little bit deep. Now he's in pre-stage. He's in stage. Off he goes. .1370 at 97 miles an hour. Well done, Kenny. Well, 69 Camaro underneath us here. Been consistently in the 10.8s. Name on the booking says Paula Wright. If this thing launches well, and it's been going around about 152 to 60 foot, and love to see a 10.7 out of this one, but as I say, the early part of the run will determine how the car builds up on its run, charges up to the stripe. So 149 to the 60. That's its quickest of the day. All right, we're going to see a 10.7. We are 10.77, 123. Quickest run of the day for that car. Well done. Once again, just got to reset the timing. So let's have a look below us to see Duncan Watts going alongside Ian Johnson. Still got quite a few in the pairing lanes as well. So obviously we're going to get through as many of those as we possibly can, but we will be seeing Julian Webber's split second come down at some stage. But, time is running out. Got about 15 minutes before Julian puts his run in, and then we need to do our practice test, and then the fireworks at 8 o'clock. So 9:48, that's where Duncan Watts has been, and also in the nines this weekend, the Old Thunder. In trying to cut a light there, he did a good job of it. 0.05. Unfortunately it was red, but doesn't matter. 10.70 on, there's a 10.63. Getting a little bit dark in the shutdown area. So Kevin Baker with the Austin A40. And Ray Colclough, a new ride for him. Well, those of you that tuned into the live feed, you can obviously see the strip lights are on now, but in the shutdown area, it looks a lot lighter than it actually is. The live stream pictures making it look a lot lighter than it actually is. It's getting quite dark out there now. So Chris Coburn with the Willis, and that's Kenzie Taylor with another run. He's certainly getting some track time today. Oh, it's a shame. Kenzie broke the beams before the timing system, so he's not going to get any time or speed. Just keen to get the job done. 12.85 for Chris there, 105 at the stripe. Wayne Hiscock with the Chevelle. Against Bobby Wright with the Altered. Don't forget, although it's quite late in the day, still not too late to pop round to Blackett Photography. You can still see Ian walking around on the start line taking pictures. Paul will be in the studio, and of course they'll be here all day tomorrow as well. And I know Paul are in here, walk around the pits and catch up with people before they do their runs. Get some advanced bookings, so to speak. Well, Bobby Wright still going to get some numbers, even though he left before the tree activated. Goes 10.27, 9.42 for Wayne Hiscock. That's consistent. He went 9.41 earlier, 9.42 on that run. Apologies, I haven't got names of drivers for these two. We got the Buick in the Autoglim lane, and you've got another one in the Castrol Beer lane. I don't see a huge amount of Buicks around the drag strip these days, but good to see them making an appearance here. All right, Billy Mills. Good to see Billy back down for yet another run. Running in the 10.6s this weekend. Going alongside Craig Ball. Craig 11.32 on his last pass. Unfortunately being pushed back. Oh, it's a shame for Craig. So Billy lifts the front wheels on his way. Now then 10.6. Wonder if we can get close to that. No complaints there. Scott Collin, that is really whining on the burnout. A cracking noise. So Scott Collin trying to go quicker than 10.4 where he's been most of the day. That left hard, but 142 to the 60 foot. 10.21, that's getting there. 131 miles an hour, but the wheelie, I think, caught him out. So, nice little run there for Scott. 10.21, all the tuning, all the fine little bits, all coming together now. Right, Phil Mills. Well, if he can get into the nines once again. But there's a lot of burnout smoke from that one. Fogged us out a little bit. To 60 for Phil at the 8th, 6.49 on the 107. It's a good looking run. 10.16 at 132 as the Willis goes down the shutdown area. Tom Semper with his 100E. And I can't see who's in the other lane. The burnout smoke drifting across, and I cannot see the car. All I can see is a little bit of rear bumper there. Proper burnout. Oh, so I can see the lights gone green. Disappearing up the track. I know he runs in Outlaw Street, but I just couldn't see the car. Goes 10.43 at 128. 12.19. Tom. Right, Craig Ball's got the car started up once again. Going alongside Harley Peters with the yellow 32. And bizarrely, both of these have run 11.3s on their last passes. .43 plays 11.8. Back to the pits for them. Get a bit of rest tomorrow. hits just keep on coming. Big Chevy. So, in actual fact, just gone too far forward, actually, trying to stage with the back wheels. It's dark out there, difficult to see. So the 55 just coming up to the line. It's so dark now, I can't even read the number plates anymore. All right, let's go green. Oh, a little bit of bounce. Well, don't forget, after Run What You've Run, we have got Julian Webb with the jet car, and of course we have our Crackle Fest, and then of course it's fireworks to wrap the day up here at Santa Pod Raceway for day 2 or 3 for the Hot Rod Drags. Been a brilliant day. We've had emotional moments, we've had record runs, new PBs. It's just been one of them crazy days here at Santa Pod. Thoroughly enjoyable. Tiring, but been a lot of fun. And that's not very often. I have 5 screens to monitor in commentary. We have our live feed screen, which flashes up messages from race control. We have our main computer screen, obviously the iPad for social media to check in, see who's doing what. We've got the phone for messages coming through, and the signing in screen as well, so we can find out who's driving what. But that one's shut down now, so I'm down to 4. But it's been a lot of fun today, thoroughly enjoyed it. And the Hot Rod Drags is just one of those great events where you see cars that you just do not see throughout the year, and you bump into people you haven't seen for ages. And we're totally blessed by the weather as well. Been a superb day today. Going to be no times or speeds in the Auto Glim lane, and that's right, you're not going to need times or speeds in either of them because the other car ran, basically just followed the Cobra, so those runs won't give them any information at all, unfortunately. Oh no, Justin Walnut. I was looking forward to seeing Justin put a run in, but unfortunately, the car just been pushed through the gate, and I know what the plan was with Justin on that one as well. Sally had been driving the car all day long, but Justin was going to have a go, and been running great numbers with the rat rod, and was aiming to run a great number there, was giving it a decent shot of gas as well. So, our pairing lanes look like they are pretty empty now. There's no one's coming forward, but we do have a jet car to come around. We do have our Crackle Fest to come as well, and of course we've got our fireworks display at 8 o'clock. Okay, well, just I had a picture come through from Hayley Hadfield, and Twister looks a little bit sorry in the pits there, unfortunately. And when Andy came down after the wheelie, yeah, Hayley says, poor Twister, and I can only echo that. Actually, the car does look like it's crying there, but what an incredible wheel stand, and I know some of the photographers will have caught it, but unfortunately I think that's Andy out for the weekend, unless they got miracle workers in the pits, because the front beam axle is totally bent, and yeah, a shame. But we all know what we sign up for, and we going to show that one to Simon. Oh, that was clever. Yeah, exactly. That's what happens when you land after a big wheelie. So we're just showing Simon Gross of Eurodragster.com the front of Twister that Hayley has just sent me a picture. But yeah, but the Faster's fine. And he needs more than that to have his bell run, that's for sure. But hey, here's what it is. So just having a look in the pairing lanes, and unfortunately there's a big searchlight at the back there. Well, it looks like a searchlight. But we're going to be getting ourselves ready for our evening's entertainment. So there's a few cars that are going to be coming round to take part in our Crackle Fest. And that's where we put quite a few cars on the track and just literally fire them up, make some noise. It's a bit of a tradition at these hot rod meets. We have a lot of fun. And of course, other things as well. There we go, just pushing one forward to allow the split-second jet dragster to enable it to come down to the head of the lanes, and that car's just been towed round the corner now. Obviously, after Julian has put his run in, we're going to go down to the start line with the radio mic so you can get the full effect of our Crackle Fest this evening. And maybe have a chat with a couple of people as well if we get the opportunity to. If not, it'll be into the fireworks, and they're due to launch at 8 o'clock, and you will see those past the finish line gantry in the field on the right-hand side. And then, folks, it's time to just chill out and enjoy the evening here at Santa Pod. And, it'll be barbecue o'clock, it'll be beer o'clock. Everybody will be getting themselves fed and watered and talking about the day and what they're looking forward to tomorrow. But it really has been really special, and that magic ingredient that's really helped it this weekend, certainly today, has been the weather. It's been a glorious day, and not very often you get weather like this on a late September. But we thoroughly enjoyed it. Wayne James has just sent me a video clip. I will have a look at that in a moment. Oops, press play on that accidentally then. Yeah, Andy Hadfield's wheelie from the Spectator Banking. Many thanks indeed for that one. Yeah, the wheelie bars took the full force of that. Cheers, Wayne. Thank you for that. .77, 113. Managed to get that run in after all, Craig. Well done. He was one that was in the lanes, had an issue, but they managed to get him started up, get him round. So we ran him through. So Julian with a split second will be coming around the corner in a moment. He's just getting himself strapped in. Not that I can see anything because it's pitch black round there. In actual fact, he's in the car already, so he's not far off coming round the corner. Right, so literally about 4 minutes away from Julian coming round the corner. And if you're taking part in the Crackle Fest, you need to be in the pairing lanes as soon as possible, please. If you're going to be in the Crackle Fest, you need to be getting yourselves down into the pairing lanes. And tell you what, the other thing that I just thought about, actually, the conditions for the fireworks, absolutely spot on. Actually, just looked at the wind turbines. It's the first time they've actually started rotating today. So there is a little bit of a breeze, and it's going left to right as we look at the track. So that's going to make the firework angles just that little bit different, but obviously blowing it away from the racetrack as well. So they're not going to have to be picking up shells and everything, or firework casings as they come back down to earth. So 25 to 8, Julian Webb will be running shortly, and then of course our Crackle Fest cars will be coming round and be having a hopefully catch up with a few people down on the start line, and then fireworks at 8 o'clock this evening, and then don't forget everything else takes place after that. We've got live music tonight in Fuelers, sorry, not in Fuelers Bar, Sorry about this, got to put the light on up here because I can't see a thing anymore. The live DJ in Fuelers Bar, 8 o'clock, and you've got in the music marquee, the live band tonight is Eastwood. Well, you can see me in the tower. Hey, everybody. Pretty rare, I have to put the light on up here, but luckily you can't see too much of what's going on up here. Gentlemen, over to my right, to your left, as you look at the tower, that is Eurodragster.com. Simon Groves, give everybody a wave, Si. And that's where Eurodragster do all their reporting from here at Santa Pod Raceway. This is the commentary box. Next to me, to my left, to your right, as you look at the tower, that's where the timing crew are based. They have the centre part here with all the computer systems doing all the timing. And then beyond that, well, not in use this weekend, but that's basically where our race director would be for championship events. So that's a quick run around of the tower for you. So don't forget, live music tonight in the music marquee, quarter to 9. The band is Eastwood tonight. So lights out for me up here as Julian will be just coming around the corner any moment now to get the start of our late evening proceedings underway. Don't forget, eliminations start tomorrow morning, 9:30. We'll be kicking things off with our 4 race classes. Obviously, Gasser Circus, Outlaw Anglia, Supercharged Outlaws, and the Wild Bunch. And of course, lots of Run What You Brung tomorrow as well. Other things on the timetable for tomorrow. Julian will be running split second again at around about midday. There will be a lunch break on the track at 1 o'clock. Julian will be doing a second run tomorrow at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. And the idea being that we run all of our finals, and the track will close at 5 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. So, as you can see, Julian's now made it round the corner, just getting himself into position for a late afternoon, early evening run here at Santa Pod. Perfect conditions for a jet. Light enough so you can see the car, but dark enough for an immense flame show from Julian. Then after that, the cars will be coming round for our Crackle Fest, and we'll wander out and about with the radio mics and just give you the full feel of that. So the support vehicle just getting into position. Obviously has the battery booster pack which enables the jet to start. And once the jet is up and running, the support vehicle will move out of the way. And Julian will start the flame show and then bring the car up to the line and then go for the run itself. His run earlier on today, 6.81 for the quarter mile. Second quickest vehicle on the premises today, only beaten by Robin Reed with the Spirit of Lepatron Nitro supercharged Daimler dragster. Those of you that are tuned in via the internet, cracking coverage from Box Lane. Got Barney down there with a handheld camera. We've got cameras all over the place giving us great coverage, and in full high definition as well. So massive thanks to Barney and the gang, obviously for Santa Pod as well. It's free to watch all day long, and got a lot of people sitting in garages, offices, houses, you name it, tuned into the live feed, and you get great pictures, all free of charge. So there you can hear the jet starting up now. Oh, that's rather warm. As Julian does the flame, tries to toast Nitro FM at the same time. One of the unique views of drag racing has been in the tower here at Sandipod Raceway, when you get a jet car doing its flame show directly underneath you. One of the parachutes has popped out. So unfortunately Julian's going to have to abort that run. There's no way he can do a run once a parachute actually pops out the jet. Oh, what a shame. I was really looking forward to that. And I know you were as well. But yeah, one of the parachutes. It's just one of those things, unfortunately. And when that parachute popped out, the jet started winding down, despite Julian trying to keep it lit. Once that parachute pops out, the safety mechanisms kick in, and Julian's jet winds it way down. It might not. Hang on a sec. Might not be game over actually, because luckily it was only the spring that came out and some of the cord. The actual parachute itself didn't come out. So we do still have a possibility that we can get this started up. Yeah, the parachute's back in. Hey, happy days. Crowd appreciated that one. Excellent job. Now just try and get the support vehicle back and get it started once again. So, well, even jets can be a little bit pesky at times. So support vehicle comes back. Obviously that's got all the booster packs, which enables the jet to start. So we just reconnect it. But it goes to show safety mechanisms as well, actually. Okay, so the lifeline is connected. Obviously need the compressed air tank as well to get the turbine spinning over. Here we go. So that's charged up. Here we go again. So what we don't want Julian to do is light the jet until the support vehicle moves out of the way. So well done to the split second team. Fantastic job to get the jet restarted. Here we go then with a bit of a flame show for us. I think Julian's just going to have to take it through. It's not a happy jet. What a shame. Bit of an afterburner pop run off towards the stripe there. So a bit frustrating for the team there, but valiant effort. Not only that, in the dark as well. So very, very tricky indeed, but they still had a 681 run earlier. Right, now then, it's going to be the fun time as we bring our Cracklefest cars round to the start line. I'm going to wander down with radio mics as we get everybody into position. Nitro FM is just going to take the airways back for a moment, and we'll be back with you with radio mics from the start line. So as the cars start to make their way down to the start line, Kim Harrison with Ruby. Sean Milsom appears with Ain't Misbehaving. Good to see Sean making it down for this. Oh, I tell you what, it's going to be a bit of a traffic jam down here. The whiplash for Martin Hallam and Tom Margerson, #1 qualifier. Brilliant stuff from him today. Jason Pickett with the Cherry Bomb 55. Having a great time today. There's young Billy with the Willis. Billy Jones, of course. So the hits just keep on coming. We got slingshots for you. And lovely little flames licking up as well. Can't beat it when you get those flames appearing from those header pipes. Gonna get very, very noisy indeed. Gary Atkinson with the 34 from the Wild Bunch. And it wouldn't be complete without Rothschild and, of course, Rebel, the Brown Boys. James Auld. Well, buddy, with Little Faust, the dragster. Mark Corsell with the ball breaker slingshot. 8 O's, 8 1s, having a great time. It's a big old crackle fest this evening. All the cars are making their way down. The straight shooter with the engine covers on this time. Can't see any more coming down. Well, as Cracklefest go, this is pretty goddamn good this evening. Great to see a superb mix of cars that have made their way down. Good to see Outlaw Anglia very well represented, Gas Circus, and of course the Wild Bunch down here as well, and Supercharged Outlaw. All making lots of noise for us this evening. Very enjoyable. I hope you're all enjoying this as well. We are literally 5 minutes away from fireworks. We still got, I tell you what, some of them have got radiators, they can run for a little bit. He's just like, leave it running. Hey, why not? So that's a superb Crackle Fest this evening. As I say, great mix of vehicles.
I want to wait. Tico, 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 tap. Tico, tick. Oh, tico, 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 tap.
So as the cars start to make their way down to the start line, Kim Harrison with Ruby. Sean Milsom appears with Ain't Misbehaving. Good to see Sean making it down for this. Oh, I tell you what, it's going to be a bit of a traffic jam down here. The whiplash for Martin Hallam and Tom Margerson, #1 qualifier. Brilliant stuff from him today. Jason Pickett with the Cherry Bomb 55. Having a great time today. There's young Billy with the Willis. Billy Jones, of course. So the hits just keep on coming. We got slingshots for you. And lovely little flames licking up as well. Can't beat it when you get those flames appearing from those header pipes. Gonna get very, very noisy indeed. Gary Atkinson with the 34 from the Wild Bunch. And it wouldn't be complete without Wrathchild and, of course, Rebel, the Brown Boys. James Auld. Well, buddy, with Little Faust, the dragster. Mark Corsell with the ball breaker slingshot. 8 O's, 8 1s, having a great time. It's a big old crackle fest this evening. All the cars are making their way down. The straight shooter with the engine covers on this time. Can't see any more coming down.
Well, as Crackle Fest go, this is pretty goddamn good this evening. Great to see a superb mix of cars that have made their way down. Good to see Outlaw Anglia very well represented, Gas the Circus, and of course the Wild Bunch down here as well, and Supercharged Outlaw. All making lots of noise for us this evening. Very enjoyable. I hope you're all enjoying this as well. We are literally 5 minutes away from fireworks. We still got, I tell you what, some of them have got radiators, they can run for a little bit. He's just like, leave it running. Hey, why not? So that's a superb Crackle Fest this evening. As I say, great mix of vehicles. The Cherry Bob has just been left running. Tom has left the Tinseltown Hustler just engine running. But they've all been making some great noise for us this evening. It's all part of the fun and games. Well done, Tom. As the engines fade, we just got one left running. Okay, just one to shut down. Hold it, guys. Okay, just one engine to switch off. There, come on, let's hear it. Wow, that's a proper Hot Rod Drags. Crackle Fest there. Absolutely brilliant job. And come up, Rod, don't go away. Kim, come here. Come here. Now then, just before we do the fireworks, we haven't got these fireworks deliberately for you, but Kim, yeah, but congratulations to these two celebrating their wedding anniversary this weekend. Was it 45 years this weekend?
Yeah.
Congratulations, Ron and Kim Harrison. When you have a love of drag racing, no better place to spend your wedding anniversary than the drag strip. So massive congratulations to Rod and, of course, to Kim Harrison.
My birthday tomorrow, 71.
You old git, 71 years old. I tell you what, drag racers never fade away. They just get quicker, they get faster, and they have a lot of fun. Ladies and gentlemen, have you enjoyed yourselves today? Has the weather been all right for you today? Who likes fireworks? What we're going to do, we're going to leave all of these cars here for the firework display. We'll try and get all of the teams to move away from their cars towards the wall so our photographers can get some fantastic backdrop photographs of the fireworks display with the cars as part of the feature of the fireworks display. So we can get all the drivers and the support teams over towards the wall just so that we can get some great photographs. Hello, Mark, how you doing, mate? Really good to see you. So if you could all move over to that side, just so that we can get photographs when the fireworks are up and running. Thank you very, very much indeed. So it's been qualifying today. It's eliminations tomorrow. So just got a few souls that we just need to move over from the cars over to the wall there. So we're going to leave the cars exactly where they are. You're going to have a fantastic firework display this evening, and those of you that know the fireworks here at Santa Prod, they're pretty special, and they'll be launching bang on 8 o'clock, and I'm looking to see what the time is now. 59, so literally less than a minute to go for the Santa Pod fireworks display. Have a great evening after the fireworks. Don't forget, everybody's going to be hovering around the pits. It's a glorious evening. It really is. Just one. I mean, look at Jason. He's still got his shorts, flip-flops on. Everything. So had a great. How many pairs of flip-flops do you lose on a rubbered racetrack? That's for sure. So the fireworks about to start. After the fireworks, don't forget, have a fantastic evening. Fuelers Bar will be open. All the eateries are open. The pits will still be buzzing. And I've got a funny feeling most of you won't be going anywhere either. A lot of you will be staying on site. So it's just been a brilliant day. Right, we want you to count the fireworks in. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's have them! Well, let's hear it for the fireworks display. Wow, what a firework display that was to wrap up our day here at Hot Rod Drags. Have a great evening, everybody. We'll see you tomorrow. Good night.
Waiting for him to appear, actually. I know he's there. But Rob Brindle just done his burnout. Andy doesn't need to do monstrous burnouts, just as a little one to haze the tyres, and drives up to the line. Pete almost went red then. .103 to the 60-foot. Oh, it just gets out of the groove. It was slightly going right. John gathered it up, strained it up. 8:32 at 132, but it was 103 to 60 foot. He's on a speed record, actually. If he can back up his 192 run from yesterday. Not sounding entirely healthy as he goes through there. 7:39 at 178. It's a round win though. But had a few so Ray Irish doing the chasing. And Ray Irish takes that one on the whole shot in effect. The win margin .005 at the stripe. 981. Much calmer launch for Steve. And Steve's already pulled alongside. But doesn't take the win. Look at the win margin, .0. Green light drag race, and this is going to be tight at the stripe. Win margin .25. Jason Hollenby takes that one. Goes 10.92 on a 10.80 dial in. Green light drag race, and another tight one as well. It's Billy that takes that one. A double breakout. Oh, sorry. Sean Milton goes red. He's not going to score any more points this weekend, so Paul Dominic, he goes through into round two to face Ray Irish. Last pair then. Katie Booth going alongside Lee Pike. And up, a little bit of a staging duel. No, Katie goes in. Katie's away. Goes Lee in pursuit. Yeah, and Lee Pike takes that one. And everybody is fed and watered and ready for our next session. And this is Gasser Circus. Welcome back, everybody. Gasser Circus qualifying session number 3. Well, these two paired up at the start of the day. They were 1 and 2 qualifiers after that session, and they ain't been pipped yet. Tom Margerson and Katie Booth. Tom, number 1 qualifier. when he dialed an 11.38, went 11.38 with a 1. And Katie dialed 10.43 and she went 10.43 with a 7. Slight adjustments of the dial-ins now. 10.40 for Tom. Katie dialing in, 11.40 for Tom and 10.45 for Katie. Well, Tom wide awake off the line there at 0.5 on the tree. Katie goes 10.45 with a 9, 11.45. Tell you what, Katie's going to be a proper threat this weekend. That's her second bang-on run of the day, and she's only had 3. Can I have the Wild Bunch into the pairing lanes, please? Wild Bunch, can we have you into the pairing lanes? All right, pick your Falcon, Nick Barnett. He's in the number 5 spot, dialing in 11.70. Jason Hollenby, he's number 4. He's dialing in 10.80. Double 06. Reaction time for Jason. Goes 10.86. Stays number 5 because Nick Barnett goes 11.71 on 11.70. He moves up from 5 to 3. Pick your honky tonkin. Is it number 1 or is it number 2? Steve Matthews with the Chevy. We got a couple of big Chevy fans tuned in. Graham and Rachel Smith, Rob and Trudy Slater watching the coverage in the garage. Good afternoon to you. Hope you're keeping well, and good to see progress on the 2 cars. Steve Matthews riding that wheelie as far as he could. Going to be Lee Pike to the stripe first. 9.35. He moves up 13 to 8. And 9.81 on the 72. Matthews goes 14 to 13. Yeah, good to see Graham Smith just sort of driving around the property, if you like. Just checking out all the electrics in Grimhold, and nice to see progress there. They'll be out next year, as will Rob and Trudy Slater with their car as well. Good to see you tuned in as well. Nice to see the Facebook update. Next up, Billy Jones, Tony Pearson, both in stage. So Tony looking for a 10.79. Billy looks for a 10.64. 10.67, 10.86. Billy goes 10 to 6. Tony moves up as well. Jason Pickett, he's in the number 4 spot at the moment, dialing in 11.41. And Mick Allen with the Quick Buck Corvette, 10.50 his dial. Jason Pickett currently number 4. Mick Allen number 8. So Mick Allen's going to get to the stripe first, but how close to 10.50 is he going to get? 10.61. 11.38. Jason Pickett breaks out by 0.03 of a second. Car's been running 10.4s all day long. It goes 10.38. That's typical. Martin Hallam with the 33 Willis going alongside Simon Glenn with the Austin. 11.30 plays 11.50. Don't forget, once they've done this qualifying session, it'll be into eliminations tomorrow. Well, Martin read the tree better there, 0.6 line. It doesn't really matter about reaction times to qualify, but they still like to put the good numbers. 11.40 plays 11.94. Martin Hallam moves up 5 spots. Simon drops 1. Sean Milsom ain't misbehaving with a 10.03 dial-in on the back of the Morris van. And it's Keith Bartlett with Roaring Rat looking for a 10.45. Well, Roaring Rat inducted into the NSRA Hall of Fame and joined a few other select cars in there. And that presentation took place earlier on today with John Price. Mainly thanks indeed to John. Oh, 10.35 for Keith Bartlett. Breaks out by a tenth. That is getting close to PB territory. I think Keith's PB in the car is 10.30. Sean Milsom goes 10.15. Ray Irish with the Gas Junkie, 41 Willis pickup. It is dial-in, 10.07. Going alongside Log Band the Bag, the 1948 Austin. A dial-in for Nick, 11.85. $10.15 plays 11.95. Ray Irish stays 12. Nick goes up from 18 to 14. Well, pick your county. We got the Austin Devon and the Austin Dorset. Graham Barton with High Anxiety looking for a 10.75, and Paul Dominy looking for 11.84. Oh, 004 red. Paul trying to chop the tree down there. $10.77. Graham Barton moves from 10 to 5. Paul Dominy improves as well. Goes 12 flat on that 11.84. Just moves up a couple of spots. Brian Gibson with the Identity Crisis 64 Dodge Dart. Now 11.37. He's currently in number 18 spot. Cheeky little wheelie off the line. Oh, breaks up by less than 100th of a second. Goes 11.36 with a 6 on 11.37 darling. This, ladies and gentlemen, is Outlaw Anglia. And going almost to the 8th mile there was Ginner with the disturbed Fordson van. The Speedy comes backwards. Going alongside Ronnie Mercer with Annie. Now both of these cars have been in the 8s this weekend. Ginner with an 8.54, Ronnie with an 8.87. I know a lot of people are tuned in to see Outlaw Anglia all over the world this weekend. There's been some incredible passes. Jed Guy is your number one qualifier, 6.97. How good is it to read a 6-second pass in Outlaw Anglia? Only 2 members of the Outlaw Anglia 6-second club. Jed Guy becoming the 2nd member after John Willard in Oz, Australia. And I know John's tuned in. Very good morning to you, John. And it's a good evening from us here at Santa Claus. Big time difference, and we really hope to see John bring his car over here. Maybe next year, maybe the year after, but it'd be an honour to have it here. Good race. Both of them 125 to 60. Ginner starting to stretch away. 8.49, but 8.72. Best of the day for Ronnie Mercer there. 8.72, cracking run. Right, John Webster. I mean, this car goes 102, 103 to 60 foot. Absolutely flies off the line. Going alongside Mark Bracking with the East Coast Anglia, totally street legal. Right, what has John Webster got for us? If the short numbers calculate, i.e. it can go 102, 103 to 60, and John can stick with it and can release all the power that that car's got and take it all the way to the stripe. Hopefully it'll go quicker than 720, and you never know what the ET will flash up. So Mark Bracking, he's in the 10s. John Webster at the moment, 720. 105 to 60, just a little bit off, but the car looks straight and true and settled. 7:15 at 188 miles an hour. John Webster finds 500ths of a second. Mark Bracking goes through with a 10:65. Wow, John Webster really putting everything into it. Just a little bit off on the 60 foot, but the ET was quicker. Martin Payne with the Great Barbarian going alongside Shane Bird with the long shot. Martin Payne went 8.73 earlier on. You really need to see this car in the flesh. Although the coverage from Santapod through the live feed and box lane is staggering. Well done to the Fast Company 2 team. They're going to pick John Webster up from the top end, 7:15. We like that one a lot. He's in the number 3 spot. Just waiting for Shane to go into pre-stage, then Martin goes on stage. Tree goes green, off they go. Martin Payne powering on up through to the stripe. 8.73. Well, 2 in a row for Martin with that number. Shane Bird goes 13.61. Spencer Tidswell with the Battle Axe Warrior. Open the boot lid to turn on the nitrous. So Spencer Tidswell coming forward. Can I please have Supercharged Outlaws into the pairing lanes, please? Supercharged Outlaws, can we have you into the lanes, please? So Spencer on his own, should have been alongside Dougie McClure, but Dougie not there. Or he is, and maybe moved back. Yeah, he's just been pushed back at the moment. So unsure what the issue is there for Dougie. But here comes Spencer, got the track to himself. Currently with the 10s. Whoa, right there. 10.31 at the moment. Just getting a little bit close to the centre line. Off the centre line goes 9.63, and that is a nice run for him. The moves up from 16 to 12. All right, Barry Woodford appears in the Auto Glim lane with the Grumpy Racing 4 Pop. He's currently in the number 26 spot. Gary Bird with the Lucky Penny, 8.59 his current number. So the last qualifying session for Outlaw Anglia. Next time you see them tomorrow morning, they will be into eliminations. Barry looking a lot quicker on this pass. Gary Bird obviously out in front. He's chasing to go quicker than 8.59. Goes 8.58. Barry Woodford, that's better. 10.34 at 128. Moves him up from 26 to 17. Nicely done, guys. Brilliant job. Well done. All right, Douglas McClure with a slug, got it running. Coming up to the line. Had to plenty of runs today, to be fair. Not only is he running in he's run with your brung as well. Rob Nixon so far has been 10.02. Obvious goal for Rob is to get into the nines, maybe quicker. He's not hanging about, is he? Rob just reversed back the line, engaged forward motion, and came up to the line quite quickly there. So, Rob Nixon, Doug McClure. I think Doug's still got an issue. So it's going to be a solo then for Rob Nixon. Unfortunately, Doug's just been pushed back now. Proper wheel stand off the line there for Rob Nixon. Having to pedal it as well to settle the car down. And it still goes 10.15 at 131. But that had a 9-second pass written all over it. But it's such a shame he had to pedal it. Yep, snaking up the track there. But certainly entertaining, that run. Right, a little bit of shuffling around. It's Andy Cunningham up next with Agent Orange. Perrin Lane's chock-a-block with Outler Anglia still. Got a mix down there. But Doug McClure just been pushed back, trying to get him over to the old return road and then get everything else done. So just a little bit of, no, not a little bit of fluid, there's a fair bit of fluid underneath where Doug had been with the slug, so a bit of a clean up in the Kestrel Beers lane. Oh, it's a shame, Doug. He's got plenty of runs today, but maybe it was just one run too far. But they'll get that back to the pits. They'll get it sorted out. Fingers crossed. Darren just seeing what the actual fluid was. It wasn't evaporating, so it wasn't fuel, but it could be anything. But fingers crossed for the team. Well, I don't know how many miles Chris has done on the sweeper this weekend, but he's been on and off that quite a lot. Brindle and Andy Cunningham. So Rob Brindle and Andy Cunningham. Andy, well, waiting for him to appear actually. I know he's there, but Rob Brindle just done his burnout. Andy doesn't need to do monstrous burnouts, just as a little one to haze the tyres, and drives up to the line. Andy currently qualified in the number 26 spot. Rob Brindle currently number 19. Off and running, Rob Brindle, currently in the number 19 spot. And goes 10.98, stays 19. Andy Cunningham moves up a couple of spots though, goes 11.28, 124. Rob Turrington with Anglia-Saxon going alongside. Pete Jones. He's back. Well, it was one night only back at Dragstalgia. But that's Darren down there with the full chainmail and the full suit. I'm so pleased to see him back once again. He's got something written on his shield. I missed that. Well, Rob Turrington storming off into the distance. It goes 11.34 at 118 miles an hour. Yeah, it is one night only. Excellent job. Well done, Rob Turrington. Well done, Darren, as well. He was the best backup guy at Dragstalgia. Paul Hensher with the gas attack. Sitting in the number 4 spot at the moment with a 7.45. And should go alongside Mick Taylor, but oh no, Paul Hensher being pushed back. Well, fingers crossed it is. Well, proper bailout there for Mick Taylor. And there's another opportunity to say a big hi to Tony Morris, tuned in from the States. And Mick Taylor running, I believe, Tony Morris carburetors on his car now. And if you want to know any more information about the TMC carburetors, have a word with Dave Gibbons. He's around and about this weekend. And he is the UK arm of Tony Morris carburetors. A big old purge of the nitrous there for Mick Taylor with the Banshee, and the gas attack car of Paul Hensher. Well, pushed it back. It's up and running and coming up to the line. So side by side, 7-second passes. Fingers crossed coming up. Oh, cough on a splutter, unfortunately, for Paul Hensher. Mick Taylor disappearing into the distance. Oh, 8.01, 167. Well, you can't get much closer to running a 7 than that. And Mick Taylor moves up from number 9 to number 5. Well, unfortunately, Paul Hensher, the car is rolling very, very slowly, but no, it's actually come to a standstill now. So our start line crew, unfortunately, out for a little jog to get up to Paul Hensher.
I'm not sure if they'll get a quad and tow it all the way up to the top, if they can get the car restarted or push it back to the start line. It's beyond the 330, and that's a fair old push. In actual fact, a vehicle has appeared from the top end, so I gather that's going to be the plan. Right, that vehicle is not coming down to the start line. Alright, so the tow vehicle appeared and is now going back. So it's a bit of a push, unfortunately, to get Paul Hensch's car back. Tell you what, Nitro FM just take the airways for a minute. It's going to take a couple of seconds to move this car out of the way, and we'll be back with you shortly.
He's a cuckoo in my car.
Going to bed.
The one my heart has gone to mean I want to wait. Mean I want to wait. Tico tick, oh tico 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 tock. Tico tick, oh tico 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 tock. Tico tick, oh tico 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 tock. Tico tick, oh tico tico tock. This tico tico, he's a cuckoo in my car.
Bring it down.
It's one of those tracks that finishes very, very quickly indeed. Well, good afternoon, everybody. It's been one of those days, isn't it? That's been a fair old weather delay. And as per usual, it's a shutdown area that takes most of the drying. As you can see, the Bluebird is out there at the moment, just putting down that extra traction that these slick shod cars absolutely love. And we reckon they're about 10, possibly 15 minutes away at the far end of the shutdown area, and we will be good to go. So the call out into the pairing lanes, we've got the Wild Bunch that have been sitting down there waiting patiently. Can I please have Supercharged Outlaws into the pairing lanes, please? Supercharged Outlaws, can we have you into the pairing lanes? And this isn't a call out, but just to let everybody know what's going to be happening. Obviously, we have run Outlaw Anglia and Gasser Circus. We've got Wild Bunch in the lanes, and Supercharged Outlaws are just going to be making their way down. The next class or group will be Outlaw Anglia round 2, and then it will be into Run What You Brung. So that is our plan this afternoon. So it's going to be Wild Bunch that are in the lanes, followed by Supercharged Outlaws, then Outlaw Anglia round 2, then we go into Run What You Brung. All I could do is apologise for the weather. Unfortunately, it's just one of those things. Yesterday was absolutely brilliant. Today it's just been a little bit different, but potentially good news is there's nothing else on the radar that hopefully will affect us. So fingers crossed we'll be able to get everything else done today. So we'll be taking the PA back when we start things racing. fingers crossed we can get everything done this afternoon. Nitro FM have been keeping you all entertained with pretty good music from the era, and they'll continue to do so just for a little bit longer. We'll be back with you shortly here at the Hot Rod Drags. Oh, come on. Oh. Pete almost went red then. .103 to the 60 foot. Oh, it just gets out of the groove. It was slightly going right. John gathered it up, strained it up. 832 at 132, but it was 103 to 60 foot. He's on a speed record actually. If he can back up his 192 run from yesterday. Not sounding entirely healthy as he goes through there. 739 at 178. It's a round win though. But had a few so Ray Irish doing the chasing. And Ray Irish takes that one on the whole shot in effect. The win margin .005 at the strike for 981. Much calmer launch for Steve. And Steve's already pulled alongside. But doesn't take the win. Look at the win margin, .0. Green light drag racer. This is going to be tight at the stripe. Win margin .25. Jason Hollenby takes that one. Goes 1092 on a 1080 dial in. Green light drag race and another tight one as well. It's Billy that takes that one. A double breakout. Oh, sorry. Sean Milson goes red. He's not going to score any more points this weekend, so Paul Dominy, he goes through into round 2 to face Ray Irish. Last pair then. Katie Booth going alongside Lee Pike. And up, a little bit of a staging duel. No, Katie goes in. Katie's away. Goes Lee in suit. Yeah, and Lee Pike takes that one.
Can't be right.
This in effect is a time trial run because these two cars were in effect our alternates. And it's Brian Gibson goes 11.23 against a lose at 11.79. Well, 20 minutes turned into about 5, and now our start line crew have made their way down to the start line. Engines are fired up in the pairing lanes, and we're almost ready to go. I'll wait for the rest of the crew to get into position. But we are literally moments away from bringing our first pair of... No, because I was... I've had a visitor come up to the tower, just having a chat from the NSRA. So I'll tell you what, they've done a cracking job this weekend. Massive many thanks to the NSRA, and they just wanted to pass their thanks on to everybody at Santa Pod Raceway for everything that they're doing this weekend. So everybody's thanking everybody else. How about that? Oh, no, it's really, really good indeed. But massive thanks to Martin, Steve, Alan and the whole of the Hot Rod Drags team. So I want the crowd here to put, well, just give a huge round of applause and cheer for our Santa Pod track crew. Got everything done so that we can carry on racing here today. Massive thanks to them. I know a few people have started their long journey home, but those that hang around, it's going to be pretty fast and furious. But Nikki, I had to go on the internet to look at pre-1976 music to actually find something. Yeah. Yeah. But no, I think you've done a cracking job down there, so thank you ever so much indeed. But I will find something. I will find something. Okay, all right. Right, Wild Bunch. Warming up round the corner, and coming round the corner now is going to be our first Wild Bunch car to take to the track. It's the little Slingshot. Also, it is the little Altered. It is the King's Topolino of Callum Swinchat. He's coming into the Kestrel beer lane. And just looking down. Don't recognise the car. It's there we go. That's it's the new car of Rich Butcher, actually. It's the 4th Dimension Slingshot. So he is the first one coming round into the Auto Glim lane. So Callum, his target number 8.91. Rich Butcher is 12.99. Just another call for Supercharged Outlaws into the pairing lanes. Rich just... Oh, Callum, look at that wheel stand off the line. Line flat, 138. So it's happy days, and Rob White has a PB of 11.68. So we have a dial-in held up. I'm just waiting to see what it is. 9.95, yeah, of course. Lee Hartnell did actually get into the 9s yesterday. It was a fantastic little run to do it. Oh no, apologies, he went 10.02. He's nearly in the 9s. He's aiming for the 9s, that's for sure. .10.05 and a 12.11. Right, got Wayne Colliver with the Misfit. Well, the number he's going for, we can see it on the scoreboards there, 9.53. And you got Tim Roy with the Boston Straggler. Now his PB coming into this weekend was a 9.20. Changed that, 9.12 yesterday. And the really cool thing with Tim's car, Jag V12 powered. Going alongside the more traditional small block Chevy 350 cubes in Wayne's car. So you can see the stagger on the tree. Oh, look at that, Tim. He goes 9.13. And Wayne Colliver goes 9.31. That is a big PB for Wayne. Well done to Wayne. .317. He's taken over a tenth off his PB there. Absolutely fantastic run there for Wayne. Right, James Auld. Now he's target number 1286, going alongside Steve Garland with Sonic Attack. His first venture into the 12-second zone this weekend. Best so far for 12.57. Goes 13.08, 12.92 there for Steve. Next up, crazy Chris Hartnell. And going alongside Mark Courcelle. Now Mark have been running pretty consistent 8.1s this weekend. Had a good chat with Steve Cassisi, crew chief, and told me the plans for the next year, possibly two if you like. Chris with the backdraft slingshot. Been in the 9.2s this weekend so far. But as per usual, crazy launches. What else would you expect on the backdraft slingshot? Both of these cars have been around quite a few years. So then Crazy Chris, he is in the Kestrel Beer lane. Mark Courcelle in the Auto Glim lane. Nice wheelie there for Chris. Mark Courcelle catching him. This is pretty close to the stripe. Crazy Chris goes 8.86, his quickest run of the weekend. Well done to Chris. Mark Courcelle consistently in the 8.1s, 8.15 that time round. The Raging Cajun, the little Bantam, has been, 10.05 so far this weekend? Has dipped into the 9s, going alongside, and what a weekend this young man's having. Warren Rowlands, and 8.9 yesterday, staggering run. Well, let's see if Warren can continue that form. So the Raging Cajun dialing in a 10. Warren looking for a 9. Hey, 906 and a 1009. Brilliant numbers from both cars. Bit of puff in the smoke, puff of smoke in the shutdown area, but both cars just coasting down to the turn off the right at the end. Right, next up then, Matthew Hollins with the Cheap Thrills Slingshot. He's in the Auto Glim lane, going alongside Phil James with the Rampage. His number 9.47, 10.31 for the Cheap Thrills Slingshot. Right, okay, so a bit of a track stop at the moment. So they've just been advised to shut off. They've been pulled back, but they'll be back out very shortly. So we sort out what's happened in the Auto lane. I think there may have just been a little bit of fluid that came out of the car. Smoke in the shutdown area may have been a net end result of whatever was leaking on the actual run itself. Okay, so I think Ian's going for the tractor. Indeed he is. So unfortunately just going to be a pause just for a moment. We will be back with you though with more racing here at the Hot Rod Drags. Hopefully won't be too long. Nitro FM, it's back over to you. Pete almost went red then. .103 to the 60 foot. Oh, it just gets out of the groove. It was slightly going right. John gathered it up, strained it up. 832 at 132, but it was 103 to 60 foot. He's on a speed record actually. If he can back up his 192 run from yesterday. Not sounding entirely healthy as he goes through there. 739 at 178. It's a round win though. But I had a few so Ray Irish doing the chasing. And Ray Irish takes that one on a whole shot in effect. The win margin .005 at the stripe. 981. Much calmer launch for Steve. And Steve's already pulled alongside. But doesn't take the win. Look at the win margin, .0. Green light drag racer. This is going to be tight at the stripe. Win win margin 0.25. Jason Hollenby takes that one. Goes 10.92 on a 10.80 dial in. Well, another green light drag race and another tight one as well. It's Billy that takes that one. A double breakout. Oh, sorry. Sean Milton goes red. So he's not going to score any more points this weekend. So Paul Dominy, he goes through into round 2 to face Ray Irish. Last pair then. Katie Booth going alongside Lee Pike. And up, little bit of a staging duel. No, Katie goes in. Katie's away. Goes Lee in pursuit. Yeah, and Lee Pike takes that one. This in effect is a time trial run because these two cars were in effect our alternates. And it's Brian Gibson goes 11.23 against a lose at 11.79. So you can see the stagger on the tree. Oh, look at that, Tim. Oh, he goes 9.13. James goes 13.08, 12.92 there for Steve. Mark Russell in the Auto Glim lane. Nice wheelie there for Chris. Mark Russell catching him. This is pretty close on the stripe. Chris goes 8.86, his quickest run of the weekend. Well done to Chris. So the Raging Cajun dialing in a 10. Warren looking for a 9. Hey, 9.06 and a 10.09. Brilliant numbers. And that's right, Nicky, I know we just talked off air, but you know, you get little news flashes appearing on your phone or your iPad or something, and a BBC News flash just appeared on mine, and a very, very sad piece of news. I'll relay this to you because a lot of people out there will know this person. John Challis, who played Boise in Only Fools and Horses, passed away today. Absolute legend. I mean, Only Fools and Horses, without a shadow of a doubt, the best comedy ever. And Boise was one of those great characters in there, and it's so sad to read that John Challis, who played Boise, has passed away today. So very sad day, very sad. Right, I think actually we're ready to go again. Actually, indeed we are. The Cheap Thrills Dragster with Matthew Hollins behind the wheel for Ratchet Strap Racing, going alongside Phil James with the Rampage Funny car. Yeah, go on. I'm not. That's not a clue for everybody to go and Google one when that was number 1, because you shouldn't be doing that. Well done, Nicky. Thanks very much indeed. So we continue with Wild Bunch. Let's have a look at the target numbers then. 10.31 for Matthew Hollins, 9.47 for Phil James. So just going to my notes that Claire from the Wild Bunch raises for us for every event. Basically, Phil James with the Rampage Funny Car leading the Wild Bunch series, leading the Spirit of Nostalgia Challenge, and he's there or thereabouts pretty much every year. The Wild Bunch have got a massive amount of awards to give out at the end of the day. They have spot prizes, best reaction, closest to dialing, then there's other awards as well. But let's have a look, see how they get on. Matthew Hollins goes 10-15 and 9:41 for Phil James. All right, Jim Tanner with the shin digger. Sign language to the tower. Right, so next up, it's Alan Skip with Chasing Time, that brilliant blue slingshot, going alongside Jim Tanner with the Shindigger. All right, the numbers that they put on the scoreboards there you can see them, 991 there for Alan, and Jim 9.20 in the Auto Glim lane. Almost identical on reaction time. .988 plays a 920. Look at that, Jim Tanner hits his number. Bang on job there for Jim. Nicely done. His target was 920. He got 920 with a 9. Right, you got Gonzo. What a huge amount of history is with this car. And get them into position. Big purge of the nitrous as well. Just wait for a dial in for Gonzo. 795. So Alan Lloyd came up, and to say Gavin Taylor on the team there. Happy birthday. He wouldn't declare exactly how old he was, but it's 35-ish. And Alan also says, can I please shout out to Rachel that he loves you. There we go. Job done. So it's the Brown boys going to be chased down by Gonzo. So it's the Rathchild slingshot looking for 11.33 and 7.95 for Gonzo. Oh, that was a close one. 11.47 to 7.97. Just 0.02 off there for Rob Brown. So just call that one out again there. Gavin Taylor on the team for Gonzo. Happy birthday, buddy. And that's from Alan and the team. And as I say, he won't declare exactly how old you are, but 35-ish. So Pete Brown now in Rebel. Got the track to himself, actually. Target number for him, 8.55. That'll do nicely, 8.57. Nicely done, well done. Right, Angelo Lani with Henry's Revenge making its Wild Bunch debut this weekend. Target number is 9.40. Went 9.48. Quickest run yesterday. Got a small block Ford in front of the driver there. Henry's Revenge has raced for many years, but it's taken this one 6 years on and off to build. And Angelo now racing for the first time himself. Has actually gone too far forward. So the target number is 9.40. That's a good looking run, 9.61. Well done, Angelo. Good old drifting burnout there. That's Paul Watts with the no easy pickup. Going alongside Paul Dale with the acute angle. So Supercharged Outlaws then, you can see their numbers up on the scoreboards there. The idea for them is just to get close to it as possible, and they work it out on an aggregate, whoever is closest, either under or over their numbers. It's not too critical, but obviously the closer to number they can get, the better. So it is Paul Dale taking on Paul Watts. Well, I hope Paul Watts has got some loose change to pay the guys for cleaning his car whilst he's there. No, the basics of it is that if there's any water or condensation, it all does needs to be wiped off, because that'll only just come down on the track. So there's a top tip for you folks. If you ever get caught out and it's been raining in the lanes, you must make sure that you've got a rag in the car just to dry it off before you go to the racetrack. So let's see how these two get on then. Paul Watts hasn't had a run this weekend yet. Well, we needed one, 9.73, 1.37, and Paul Dale goes through with an 11.99. Once again, the head scratch. Okay then, Mike Couch with a little Hemi Hustler. And it's the good guys, Topolino. I caught up with them in the bar last night. Proper good guys they are. So Steve Clark behind the wheel today. It was Nigel yesterday. The numbers. Mike Couch looking for 8.70 with Little Hemi Hustler, and the Topolino in the Autogrim lane with Steve. It's 8.80. Mike's going to get there first, but what's he going to run? 8.63 for Mike, nicely done. And a 9.83 there for Steve. Well, Des Taylor and Gary Parks, boy, oh boy, these two have had incredible weekends. 7.50 quickest for Des. Gary, 7.38. He was happy when he was in the 7.4s and then he went into 7.3s. Staggering runs for both of them this weekend. I really do take my hat off to them. Duncan Beard was driving Thunder God on Friday. Fair to say he had a blast, really did. But Des now back behind the wheel. So, are we going to see side-by-side sevens then from the Altereds? I think we are. Now it's what? Numbers they're going to run. 7.39 for Gary Parks, 7.66 for Des Taylor. Absolutely superb once again. Oh, looking forward to this matchup then. Tony Underhill with the Willis Sedan and Simon Barlow with the Beast. Well, both of them have got low 7-second form, and their target numbers on the scoreboards are achievable. Simon Barlow's been 192 miles an hour in this car. He's been in the low 7-second zone, low 7.0 second zone. Tony Underhill has been there as well. Great matchup, this one. The Willis Sedan against the Ford back. So Woody brings Tony up to the line. Carl brings Simon to his spot. Oh, Tony on an absolute flyer here. He looks like he's going to take it all the way through to a 7.05, 191 miles an hour, and a 7.63, 184 for Simon Barlow. 103 to 60 foot for Tony. He was 450 at 153 at the 8th. And tantalisingly close to a 6-second pass. Goes 7.05 at 191 at the stripe. And not only that, he's only 300. Oh, Tony on an absolute flyer here. He looks like he's going to take it all the way through to a 7.05, 191 miles an hour. And a 7.63, 184 for Simon Barlow. The stripe. Right, well, we can see Outlaw Anglia. They are in the lanes, ready to come round for round 2 eliminations. But before that, a pair of slingshots. It's the Haggis Hunter. And it's Mick Checkett with his slingshot as well. Another fantastic matchup. So Mick Hanley yesterday went at best of 7.24. Mick Checkett 7.95. Again, side by side, 7-second cars. Brilliant entry in Supercharged Outlaws this weekend. Has been a bit hard for some of the racers, Joe Bond especially. Well, I haven't seen a piston with a massive hole all the way through it, and they managed to get it repaired, but obviously they damaged some heads as well. But they had spares and then had other issues as well. Andy Hatfield, we saw him last night reach for the sty, and big old wheelie, completely folded the wheelie bars and came back down to earth with a bit of a thud and bent the front beam axle, and the front wheels were, shall we say, spread apart a lot more than the vertical position they started the run in. But the fact is, a tough guy, and he's been walking around this morning. It's been good to see him. So Mick Checkett then, he is in the Kestrel Beer Lane, the left-hand side of the racetrack. Mike Hanna, he's the right-hand side, Autoglim Lane. They're in stage, here we go. Oh, great looking run so far. Mick Hanna just backing out a bit towards the stripe, going 8.07, but 7.91 there for Mick Checkett. Very good indeed. We move on then to Outlaw Anglia, round 2 eliminations. John Webster taking on Ted Booth. And not only that, the sun has come to join us as well. Hardly a breath of wind once again. So once again, conditions to go fast. Pretty much here again. So Ted Booth brings Mighty Mouse up to the line in the Autoglim Lane. John Webster, Fast Company 2. He's in the Kestrel Beer Lane. Purge of the nitrous there for Ted before he goes in. John Webster 105 to 60. Good looking straight run. Hugging the wall a bit to the left hand side, but still goes 7.16 at 188. And Ted goes through there with a 9.49 at 141. Right, next up then, Jed Guy taking on Gary Hill. Now, whoever wins this gets a bye in the next round to the semi-finals. But Jed, 6.97 in qualifying. Now, let's not forget, Jed is on for a speed record here. The current marker set by Simon Barlow, 193.72. Jed has already been just over that. Now, if you can back that one up, that would be a new speed record. Also, Jed needs to back up that 697. Oh, Jed is just disappearing off into the distance. 104, 60 foot. 688, 193 miles an hour. That is staggeringly quick. Holy moly. 688. Well, he liked the look of the 6 second zone, but that is just knocking the door down. Oh, Gary Hill had a front row seat for that one. 970 at 136. But the numbers for Jed, 104 to 60 foot. That started the run off beautifully. At the 8th mile, 439 at 160. And Jed at the stripe, an astounding 688. at 193.88 miles an hour. That's the speed record confirmed, and that is the speed record, 193.88. Wow. Wow, 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 wow. Unbelievable. Well, Jenner just doing his launch there. Unfortunately, Gary Byrne unable to make the call to come around that time. So Jenner goes through. Congratulations to Jed and Shorty's Hot Rod team. Give them a huge round of applause. That is the quickest Outlaw Anglia pass we have ever had at Santa Pod Raceway. It's our second six. They both belong to Jed, and 6:88. Oh boy. I think 6:88 is too quick for a record, but it backs up the 6:97 from yesterday. Is that right? So 6:97 is now the ET record, but it's not 6:88 as that was too quick. I can't believe this weekend. Right, Phil Druitt. On his own, unfortunately, should have been alongside Paul Henshaw, but Paul not here. So Phil goes on through. 972, 131. Right, Ronnie Mercer and Rob Stone. This will be a good race, actually. Rob, 8:44 in qualifying. Ronnie, 8:72. Ronnie is exceptionally quick off the line, and will probably give it as much gas as he can give it. So, although the form book says, Rob, we don't race on paper or anything else. We race on that blacktop out there, and anything can happen out there. So watch out for Ronnie. He's a very, very good racer indeed. Having said that, Rob's very experienced as well. He knows how to race. This should be a good one. So Ronnie goes in stage, heads up drag race. Oh, Rob was away first, but had to click it early. There's something that's actually just come out of the car. There's something's broken. And it's an 871 there for Ronnie Mercer. Ronnie takes the win. Unfortunately, Rob Stone pulls over to the left-hand side. Something has broken. We just saw something depart underneath the car. Whether it's a broken belt or what, couldn't quite actually see what it was. But yeah, there is unfortunately bits of debris on the track. As I say, can't see what it is from here. But what a shame for Rob, but congratulations to Ronnie. So still got two pairs to go, and one of them featuring Colin Miller. And I think news would have got back to him very quickly indeed of what Jed had done. Colin is below us. He is in the next pairing. So just on hold for a second as we get Rob Stone's car recovered. There's a quad coming down from the top end. Straight after Outlaw Anglia, though, I think we got the jet car of Julian Webb tucked round the corner as well. Nitro FM, if you could take the airwaves just for a moment, we will be back shortly. Right, next up then, Jed Guy taking on Gary Hill. Now, whoever wins this gets a bye in the next round to the semi-finals. But Jed, 6.97 in qualifying. Now, let's not forget, Jed is on for a speed record here. The current marker set by Simon Barlow, 193.72. Jed has already been just over that. Now, if you can back that one up, that would be a new speed record. Also, Jed needs to back up that 697. Jed is just disappearing off into the distance. 104, 60 foot, 688, 193 miles an hour. That is staggeringly quick. Holy moly, 688. Well, he liked the look of the 6 second zone, but that is just knocking the door down. Oh, Gary Hill had a front row seat for that one, 970 at 136. But the numbers for Jed, 104 to 60 foot. That started the run off beautifully. At the 8th mile, 439, 100. Totally on an absolute flyer here. He looks like he's going to take it all the way through to a 7:05, 191 miles an hour, and a 7:63, 184 for Simon Barlow. Then he is in the Kestrel Beer Lane, the left-hand side of the racetrack. Mike Hanna, he's the right-hand side, Autoglim Lane. They're in stage. Here we go. Oh, great looking runs for Mick Hanna, just backing out a bit towards the stripe, going 8:07 but 7:91 there for Mick. Check it. Purge of the nitrous there for Ted before he goes in. John Webster 105 to 60, good looking straight run, hugging the wall a bit to the left hand side, but still goes 7:16 at 188. Ted goes through there with a 9:49. Right, next up then, Jed Guy taking on Gary Hill. Now, whoever wins this gets a bye in the next round to the semi-finals. But Jed, 6.97 in qualifying. Now, let's not forget, Jed is on for a speed record here. The current marker set by Simon Barlow, 193.72. Jed has already been just over that. If you can back that one up, that would be a new speed record. Also, Jed needs to back up that 697. Jed is just disappearing off into the distance. 104, 60 foot, 688, 193 miles an hour. That is staggeringly quick. Holy moly, 688. Well, he liked the look of the 6 second zone, but that is just knocking the door down. Oh, Gary Hill had a front row seat for that one, 970 at 136. But the numbers for Jed, 104 to 60 foot. That started the run off beautifully. At the 8th mile, 439, 100. Exited the car on the first part of the run, not further up the track. Next up then, Ben Kennedy. He is in the Autoglim Lane going alongside Colin Miller. Colin went 7:04 at 192.22 in round one. Now, if he can go faster than 193.72, he will take the speed record. But and he would love to run his first 6 here as well. I know he's going for it. Ben Kennedy, though, consistent in the 10s. Here we go. Colin Miller. Ben Kennedy. Well, Colin was drifting towards the wall there, had to back out of it. Still goes 758 and 185. He was 108 to 60 foot. But really trying. Right then, last pair in Outlaw Anglia. And it's Martin Payne with the Great Barbarian going alongside Mick Taylor with the Banshee. Oh no, one more pair after that, so apologies. So Martin Payne went 8.73 in qualifying. Mick Taylor 8.01, would love to get back in the sevens. But trying a few different setups at the moment. And it's going to be Martin Payne that takes the win here. 8.75 against a lose-out 10.13. So Rob Nixon and Spencer Tidswell. This is basically a time trial, it's not in eliminations. Spencer lifting up those front wheels. And Rob Nixon on a good looking run as well. Side-by-side nines. It is. 997 and 984. Rob Nixon and Spencer Tidswell. Okay, time for Jets, and it is split second with Julian Webb. What a session for Outlaw Anglia. That is just staggering what we just witnessed there. 6.88 for Jed Guy. Still can't get my head around that one. Unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. So Julian just getting himself into position. Went into the 6 second zone yesterday. And looking to do it again. Looking into the pairing lanes, it's run what you brung. Good old mix of vehicles round there. You can see a couple of the nostalgia superstockers head of the lanes. You can also see the belly tank. Always good to see that. Wayne Hiscock is down there. And obviously the run what you brung. People have been very patient today, having to wait quite a while before they get their opportunity to go on track. Nearly 3 o'clock in the afternoon. But that's what the weather has done to us today.
So some quite violent pops and bangs from the afterburner there for Julian with split second. Brings the jet up to the start line. That's a good looking run. He went 680 yesterday, 679 today at 233 miles an hour. And also was the had a brilliant run in the dark last night. Wasn't the performance run, but very entertaining as well. But Julian going through there, 679, 233 miles an hour. Right, we're going to be going into Run What You Brung very shortly. And actually, in fact, when I say very shortly, they're just coming round now. The split second support team just going up the track to retrieve Julian from the shutdown area. He's already turned the corner, to be honest. So we're into Run What You Brung then. First up is going to be Gary Cork and Don Scott, a couple of nostalgia superstock racers. As you say, it's a quite old mix of vehicles in the pairing lanes. Some of them haven't run at all this weekend, some of them have. So Gary Cork then been running, what, 12.2s yesterday? And Don Scott has capabilities of getting this down into the mid to high nines. Nice 0.5 reaction time there for Don. He'll be happy with that when he sees his time, isn't it? And he'll be happy with the ET as well. 9.67 at 138 out of 12.25. Nicely done there for Gary. All right, a couple of the Outlaw Street cars. You've got Camaro and Firebird here. Firebird was running a fair bit on, yeah, he was running yesterday actually. But unfortunately we've lost all the times for yesterday. So Outlaw Street is a proper mix of vehicles of no particular brand. Basically a bunch of guys and girls that just come and have a great time at a racetrack. Not at sanctioned events, obviously. It's mainly at Run What You Brung and lifestyle events that you will see them at. But always an entertaining bunch of people and some cracking cars in there as well. Okay, so the belly tank, one of the most unique vehicles that you're ever likely to see on a drag strip. And when we say a belly tank, this is a fuel tank that obviously carried fuel on planes from way back when. Normally the Americans carried these, and it was to extend the range of their operational flight distances. And sometimes when that tank was empty, you used to drop them, or otherwise it would just stay underslung on the plane and help them to get really good range. But that's been converted into a car. It goes 12.52, 16.56 the other side. Right, the C10 pickup doesn't hang about. And the smoke's blocking my view of the other one, so I can't see a huge amount of it at the moment. I can tell you it's a Chevy Nova.
Side by side, 11-second runs there. Nicely done. Billy Mills and Pete Lane. Two Barracudas, but of different years. If you look at the Barracuda in the auto clean lane, that is one of the most difficult pieces of glass to ever get hold of. The rear window in that Barracuda. Probably worth their weight in gold. .79 plays 11.80. That's the first time we've seen Darren this weekend. Fresh from Door Slammers a couple of weeks ago where he got the Cortina into the sevens. And it was so good to see Darren having a good time racing in Pro Door Slammer. Travels the country a fair bit, goes to the other racetracks as well. Basically, if there is drag racing on somewhere that he can go to, then that's where you'll find him. Haven't seen this one for a little while either. The Fordson van in the Kestrel bin. I need to double check to see who's driving that one, but that information will come up to me. .10 to 60. Whoa! Oh my word, 7.67. Smashed his PB to Kingdom Cup. That is an outstanding run. 7.67 for Darren, 173 miles an hour. Darren absolutely nailed that one. Wish he could have run that at Door Slammers. That would have been a different story then. Right, Chris Tyhurst going alongside AJ. Both have been running all weekend long. AJ's been into the 11s, Chris into the low 10s. .1040 and 1191. Oh, sorry, 1140, 1191. So Craig Ball, he is in the auto glim lane. 11 threes for him, and the pickup, first time I've seen that this weekend. Very tidy though. Oh, unfortunately Craig just been pushed back, and looks like, yeah, there is a little bit of fluid underneath the front. Not quite sure what it is though, but they'll get that one cleaned up pretty quickly, I think. Oh, just rolled through stage, gonna have to put him back a bit. So 16, 22, 81 miles an hour.
So Tice Trevitt with the Dodge appears into the Kestrel beer lane, and I believe that's Owen Forrest down there. He was desperately trying to pinch someone's ticket to run yesterday, but it was a bit full. But I'm glad that Owen's finally got on track this afternoon. So Owen will be in the 10s, but what flavour? 1035, 128. And 1357, 104 there for Ty. Now obviously there's going to be quite a few vehicles that I haven't seen run at all yet this weekend, so be catch me out on some of the names and the entries, and some of them will come from the show paddock, some of them are NSRA members, some have just come for the run what you brung today, but obviously they need to be pre-1973 to run. And just looking into the parent lanes, there's only a few that I recognise down there. So, alright, pick your Chevy pickup. It really is. Love the way that the pickup in the Autoglim lane's been done there. It's the sort of like the copper brown and the white, and being lacquered over with a sort of aged appearance. Very cleverly done. But 1486 at 97 miles an hour, not too shabby at all. 1871 at 71 miles an hour. Oh, gotta love a burnout that just gets that a little bit leery. Well, you got the Hillman in the Autoglim lane. And apart from Cortina Mark 1 rear lights and a V8 motor, I know very little about the car in the Kestrel beer lane. Right, well the Hillman just about getting to half track there, but only at 28 miles an hour. It's going to take a few moments to get it all the way to the stripe. Yeah, actually got timed out there. All right, Johnny Best. He is in the Kestrel beer lane. God, it's one of the cleanest cars I've ever seen here. That is just absolutely mint. And I'm saying it's black and it's mint, but I haven't got a clue what it is. Johnny Best on a good looking run here actually in the Kestrel beer lane. Goes 14:30. Has been slightly quicker than that already, but nevertheless good looking run. 17:56 at 79 miles an hour. Right, Harley Peters with the yellow 32. Oh, the tree hadn't run yet. Come back. Harley very keen to get a good number on the board. He wants to leave early to try and make it look lower. Been in the low 11s. Uh, 11:58 on that particular run. Has been 11:3. All right, Mark Bull with the Fright.
And the first appearance, obviously, this weekend of the Yellow Machine, the A Series. That's got a best of 1178 at 115. Got a turbo, got nitrous as well. So Mark Paul so far has run 1045 and goes 1074 on this one. 1221 for the A Series, 113.22. So Craig Ball background once again. And quite a few of the NSRA members have managed to get onto the racetrack this afternoon. And why not? .1177 plays 1142. Very good run. Saw this Escort in the pits actually, and I wish I had a bit more time to go and check it out. But needless to say, it's quick. Going alongside Jasmine Tunstall with that wonderful little roadster. Richard just arming the parachute. There we go. So Jasmine just coming up to the line. Riser down. Jasmine hop, skip and a jump off the line, but doesn't have a huge amount of driving of this car, and unfortunately no time or speed recording. 10:45, 128 for the Escort though, and that's moving. That is seriously moving. Now my Rich still got more time. So Kevin Baker with the Austin A40 and the Gen 2 Camaro. Just look at the air intake on the front there. Saw that arrive this morning on the back of the Transporter. Gen 2 Camaros, sort of 1970 onwards. This one I believe is a 72. So little Austin gets there in 12:30, 13:34, 115 for the Camaro. So John Davison. And another one from Nostalgia Superstock. Unfortunately, not a car that I recognise. Wasn't here at Dragstalgia, unfortunately. But 68 Coronet. John Davison, look at that, 0.3 reaction time. Going to be around about a 10.4, 10.5 perhaps. 10.61 and 11.90 with all the zeros after that for the Coronet. So timing system reboot. And the tot rod. Hey. Always see this at the Hot Rod Drags. I believe it's with the Ratchet Strap Racing team. Anyway, you look down on that and you think, oh, that's a lot of bit of fun. That's a fair bit of fun. But you just wait a few years when grows up and gets into the dragsters. Then he'll be going real quick. But teach him early. So the Brickyard Shaker, as Simon Groves was alluding to in his morning chat, one of the most photographed vehicles here this weekend. Absolutely stunning. Did have a steering issue yesterday, but they got it back to the pits, got that one sorted out. But the paintwork is just staggeringly good, and it's not going to hang about either. Once all the tuning is sorted out, and they go forward from there, it's going to be very, very entertaining indeed. Really do look forward to seeing the progress of this vehicle. You got Sharon Carver, had a head gasket failure yesterday, and Paul, the husband, was kept up until midnight removing the head and replacing on his birthday. $13.59 plays $12.93. Quickest run indeed for the weekend for Sharon. Well done. Dave Mott obviously getting very comfortable with the gasser. Not to mention him by name there. Right, this is a good match-up here, and I have to look down to see who it is. It is Justin Woolner behind the wheel. Now, remember when Justin came down last night, but unfortunately has to be pushed out the gate because he couldn't make the run. The fuse in the fuel pump was the reason that he couldn't take the run, but that's all fixed, and Justin now going to give it everything. And if you see the purge of nitrous, then you know he's really going to be going for it on this one. He is. So Justin with his foot buried against the firewall to an 8.22, 164 miles an hour. Rode the wheelie bars very nicely indeed. That's the 5th quickest car in Run What You Brung, and we consider who else is in there. That was outstanding. 9.52 was the run for Wayne Hiscock. Well done to Wayne, and definitely well done to Justin and Sally with the Camaro, and also the Rat Rod as well. So Gary Court once again. 12.07. Right, Scott Collin. Now then, Scott. So look then. He on his run yesterday, he turned on his second fuel pump for the first time ever on Friday after data logging revealed his injectors had maxed out. 2 days of remapping gave me the drive of my life last night, almost matching his previous PB of 10.19. And we do look forward to seeing Scott Collin bringing out a different car next year. Staying with 100Es. Nicely away there for Scott. Ty Strevitt in the Kestrel beer lane with the Dodge, but it's all about Scott. See what he can do. 10:41 at 129. I'm going to look over to Simon Groves now, and he will look at me and go, really? Scott Collin is bringing out another 100E next year with twin turbo big block, and it's Paula Aitken's old car. Big thumbs up there for Simon. He knows the car, and he knows it's going to go quick in Scott Collin's hands. Can we have Gasser Circus into the pairing lanes, please? Gasser Circus, can we have you into the pairing lanes? This is an interesting little match. The belly tank against the car in the left-hand lane, which is the Kestrel beer lane, which is the belly tank. No, of course, it's Don Scott with the Superbird. Very nice run earlier on in the 960s. 976 on that one. And 1279 for the belly tank. Well, this car only ran about 10 minutes ago, and it's back. And that's about both of these two ran, literally 10 or 15 minutes ago. And they're back down. The Firebird in the Kestrel beer lane only came out of the paint shop a couple of days ago. I think it was literally Thursday it was painted. They loaded it up, got it up here, and now it's starting to run some numbers. Hasn't got the complete front end in yet, although it has a front end on it. There's no grille, there's no lights, but they just wanted to get some laps on the car and then get it back to the workshops and get it assembled. But tell you what, 006 reaction time on a Pro Tree like that run with Brunk, exceptionally good. 10:57 plays 11:15. Good numbers for both of them. Not their quickest, but certainly getting some runs in. So the black Chevy Nova round once again, and this V8 special, I think that's the best way to describe it. I think it's Ford based. It could be wrong. .43 at 117 for the Nova. Not quite as quick as it went earlier on, but 13:44 for the V8 special. That was quicker. Well, if someone could please message me, tell me what the car is in the Kestrel beer lane, I would hugely appreciate it, because it is just gorgeous. That would look at home at any classic car show, any custom car show. Beautiful car, beautiful. Going alongside 57 Chevy. And that car has got so much history as well. 981, 137 miles an hour. Formerly owned by the late great Roger Butterworth and then Graham Smith. So you've got battle of the pickups here, GMC versus Chevrolet. Don't forget we called Gasser Circus into the pairing lanes, please. Gasser Circus, if we can have you down, please.
I don't know the drive.
Well, I've just been informed that that beautiful black car that you saw a moment ago in the Kestrel Beer Lane is a Chrysler Windsor from 1956. So many thanks indeed for the information on that one. And that's come from Simon at Eurodragster. Many, many thanks indeed. And I think it's safe to say I have never seen one of these Galaxy 500s in the flesh before. I've never seen one. So the four-door Falcon had a few issues yesterday as well, but oh no, it's been pushed back. What a shame. But that doesn't hang about actually, but unfortunately not going to get this particular run in. So the Galaxy, I was expecting it to be the quickest car here today, but 10 out of 10 for cool points, definitely. $18.55 at just 72 miles an hour. So AJ once again with the 57 going alongside Fright. This is putting in some good laps actually. Mark Bull behind the wheel all weekend long. Different tyre combination on the car now. Used to run those truck remolds that last 100 burnouts or more, but now on some Hoosiers to give it a little bit more bite. Best this weekend of 10:45. That's 10:51, 11:94 there. AJ, best so far 11:91. So two more pickups. Again, no information on these two at the moment. So the two pickups go through, 16:32 in the Kestrel Beer Lane, 15:51 in the Autoglym Lane. Next up then, Phil Moores going alongside Pete Jones. Phil in the Willis, Pete in the Pop. Good looking run for Phil. That's his best of the weekend so far. Well, almost his best, very close to it. 10:13, 132, plays a 10:65. So the Austin A40 and the Hillman Estate. Kev Baker getting quite a few runs in this weekend now with the Austin. The Hillman, I think this is its second run. No, actually first. Hasn't got a time recorded in the system yet. Kev running in the 12s with the A40. Oh, lovely twisting launch there, lifting that inside front wheel. Goes 12:20 at 113. Nicely done. And actually, I think the Hillman did run earlier, but struggles to break The 31-second limit in the computer system still got a speed of 48 miles an hour at the stripe. Well, quite a few vehicles in the pairing lanes, and starting to gather behind them is the next round for Gasser Circus. Wayne Hiscock's made it back down to the start line very quickly indeed with the Chevelle. And it's the yellow machine that is affectionately called the MGA series. We'd love to see that back in the 11s. $9.57, 12.03. Oh, so close to being back in the 11s again. But they will get there. They will definitely get there. Still got plenty more vehicles to come that we haven't even seen yet today. Fingers crossed we get to see more of them. C10 pickup coming round. One very rapid Escort going alongside the C10. Now then, we've been to the low 10s already with the Escort. And that's looking arrow straight. Is it low 10 again? Are we going to get a little bit close to the 9s? We're getting close to the 9s, definitely. 10.13 at 135. Right, Sharon Carver once again in the Auto Glim lane, going alongside Dave Mott with the Gasser. Well, it's a good looking run for Dave, but unfortunately he's gone before the tree's been activated, so he's not going to get any times or speeds, and smoking quite heavily at the stripe as well. 12.81 there for Sharon, her best of the day. Well done to Sharon. So nice to see Dave Mott's car here this weekend. It is a complete work of art. And well done to everybody that's been involved in the build on that. I know Sean Doyle at Zero Creations had a huge amount to do with that car as well. And a full credit to them. Okay, so Ron Brong just on pause for a moment as we get ready for Gasser Circus Eliminations round number 2. A little bit of a sweep up out there at the moment, so just going to be a little pause. I just catch up on a few messages and just double check to see who's about. Do you know what? Tony Higgs mentions me every time. So he knows what he does do. He just sits around and watches the live feed all the time. Tony, good afternoon to you, mate, even though you messaged me earlier on today. I bet he's still watching though, so good afternoon. He'll be here next weekend racing in Top Speed Automotive Street Eliminator. Good to see some people that I haven't really caught up with for a little while. Mikey Durbridge, I saw him in Fielder's Bar last night, and it was good to see Mikey with his friend here yesterday. They will be probably heading off home shortly, but really good to see Mikey here this weekend. A big fan of the drag racing. Although I haven't had a chance to catch up with him, I've sort of waved to Sean Doyle a couple of times, and say the work that he's carried out for Dave Mott with the beautiful machine. I mean, when the Brickyard Shaker appeared, it was like everybody's jaw just dropped. And I think, as Simon Groves was saying, it's been the most photographed car here this weekend. And Dave Mott, you've got a fabulous vehicle there, and look forward to seeing a lot more of it. Literally, as I said that, a message just popped up from Sean, and basically just saying thanks for all the support. An absolute pleasure, mate. Sorry I didn't have a chance to catch up with you. But as you know, it's been a little bit busy up here. Certainly yesterday, a bit quieter today because of the weather. But yesterday was absolutely flat out. But thoroughly enjoyable, and I wouldn't swap this for anything. Everybody knows that of me. Everybody says, aren't you running your car this weekend? Nope, I'm in the tower. That's where I'd rather be. And it's true. You know, I live for being up here, and it's the best gig in the world. So just a bit more, in actual fact, not much more track prep as the tractor is heading back down towards the start line. Just to update you that we have the NSRA, the two swap meets. The Northern swap meet is on Sunday the 10th of October. That's at Magna in Rotherham. And swap meet South 7th of November, even though I was calling out the 10th the other day. And of course, that's at North Weald, the traditional homes for both of those events. And massive thanks to the NSRA this weekend. I keep using this word honour, but it is. Honour to be up in the tower here calling the event for you. Thank you ever so much indeed. They're celebrating 50 years since the NSRA formed. Next year, 1972 is when the NSRA was formed, and obviously next year will be the 34th running of the Hot Rod Drags, now at its new home, Santa Pod Raceway. And thank you ever so much for allowing us to have the event here. Don't forget, we have our key dates for next season already announced. Actually, just some more of the Santa Pod stuff. You'll be able to go on to the Santa Pod website in a few weeks' time to get most of the dates confirmed. But the big events that we already know: Festival of Power is on the 15th to the 17th of April. Door Slammers, very popular event indeed. Quite a few of the cars that have been running today were at Door Slammers. They are running on the 20th to the 22nd of May, which is a week before the main event. And hopefully, if all restrictions are lifted and these travel carnets are sorted out and we can get all of our European teams back, the main event, 26th to the 29th of May. Dragstalgia is the 8th to the 10th of July, and you'll see a lot of cars that are running here this weekend at Dragstalgia, especially Willis Wars, Gasser Circus, Nostalgia Superstock. You also have for the Slingshot Shootout. It is a proper old school event. Dragstalgia celebrating basically the history of drag racing at this phenomenal event. Bug Jam is 2 weeks after that, one of the biggest VW gatherings in Europe. That is 22nd to the 24th of July. 2 weeks after that, Ultimate Streetcar, one of the biggest events at Santa Pod on their calendar. That's 5th to the 7th of August. The European Finals, 8th to the 11th of September. Then hopefully the week after that, not confirmed, but hopefully the week after that, it will be Hot Rod Drags again. But as I say, that's not confirmed in the diary yet, but fingers crossed it will be. And then Flame and Thunder, 29th of October next year. So obviously we got this year's Flame and Thunder end of October this year, but next year's one is in the books for 29th of October. All the details will be available on the Santapod website. And if you are here today, you've pretty much booked your tickets on the Santapod website anyway, so you just go onto there and get your advance tickets. They will be available in the not too distant future. But keep an eye on the Santapod website, and also they have their Facebook page as well, where they put up-to-date videos and everything of various runs, including Jed Guy's first 6-second pass in Outlaw Anglia in Europe. Right, so it is to racing we go, and it is eliminations round number 2 for Gasser Circus. So first up then, Jason Hollenby with Jumping Jalapeno going alongside Ted Booth. Green light drag race. Now it's all about the darlings then. 10.80 for Jason, 10.45 for Ted. And it is a breakout for Jason. Oh boy, he had over a quarter of a second to play with there on his reaction time, but Ted dodges a bullet, goes through. Jason eliminates himself there. Broke out, went too quick, got to the front, the top end first, but unfortunately for him broke out, so that stops him scoring any more points in the Gasser Circus Championship. Means he could be overtaken now. Let's see. Next up then, Tom Marcus, the number 1 qualifier, going alongside Graham Barton. Jason was number 2 in the points. So Tom, number 6 in the points, Graham number 5 in the points, and it's the number 5 man that continues. The win margin, .0056. How close do you want that one at the stripe? Neither of them broke out either. But Graham Barton carries on. Right, next up then, Nick Barnett alongside Martin Hallam. Green light drag race. And a breakout for Nick Barnett. Goes 100th too quick. 11.37 was the dial, 11.37 was the run. Martin Hallam takes that one. And he progresses, well done, into the semis. I actually think that Nick Barnett has got enough of a points lead to stay out in front. But let's see how they can work it out. Paul Dominey and Ray Irish. This to meet Ted Booth in the next round. Green light drag race. Ray Irish looking for a 10.19. Paul looking for 11.84. And that's Ray all the way. 10.22 and a 0.7 light gets the job done. Paul Dominey only 100th off his dial in, but the reaction time advantage there for Ray. Right, we move on to Outlaw Anglia. Eliminations round number 3. Phil Jewett and Martin Payne. Only one place between them in qualifying. They were 10 and 11. A little bit of a performance difference. But as I say, this is racing. Both Phil and Martin have got past faster opponents in the previous round. Oh, Martin Payne goes red, so it's Phil Jewett that takes the win. In actual fact, Martin's seen the win light on the other side of the racetrack. He backs out of it. Phil Jewett goes through with a 9.62. So the 403 Mafia into the semi-finals. Martin Payne just going through with a 10.95 at 85 miles an hour. Okay. Quite sure on that one. So possibly, no, I don't know. No burnout, nothing for Colin Miller. Okay, so Colin breaks the beams. So we can see tucked around the back, Jed Guy. I can also see Ronnie Mercer lined up against John Webster. But Gina being pushed back and not quite sure what's happened down there actually. That'll all come out of the wash. Right then, let's see what happens this time round. Last time Jed came round, he went 6.88. Staggering performances. We'd just never seen anything like that before. He went 6.97 in qualifying and then 6.88 in the previous round. Very short burnout, so obviously he is just literally going to break the beams and take the win. That's it, job done. So when you get a bye run, there is no real need to overstretch the equipment and everything, just get the job done. So Jed saving parts for his semi-final matchup. And he'll be going alongside Phil Jewett. But we do have a race though, and that is John Webster and Ronnie Mercer. So just getting themselves sorted out and into position. So Ronnie Mercer coming around the corner. He'll be going into the auto glim lane. Going alongside John Webster with Fast Company 2. John Webster 7.16 in the previous round. Right, this for a spot in the semi-finals. It's Colin Miller. Time now 10 to 4 in the afternoon here at the Hot Rod Drags. Because of the weather delay, obviously we are behind schedule here. Still got plenty of track action to come, unfortunately. Well, fortunately for you. Ronnie purges the nitrous. Ronnie been in the 8.7s quite regularly now. Staggering last weekend in Pro ET, took the event win at the Euro final shootout. But John Webster is the quicker of the two. Oh, but it's not going to be John Webster. Lost all drive as soon as he did the launch. It's going to be Ronnie Mercer with an 8.68, his quickest of the weekend. Nicely done, Ronnie. 151 miles an hour. So, Ronnie Mercer, just working this out actually. 1, 2, 3. That's 8 rounds of racing he hasn't been beaten in now. Went all the way through to the final and won it last weekend. And has gone 3 rounds today as well. So, well done, Ronnie. Keep it going. But unfortunate there for John Webster. I mean, he's been 60 footing like you wouldn't believe this weekend. You know, 103, 102, just the short numbers are staggering. Jed Guy just been towed back to the pits. He's absolutely fine. He just broke the beam, so he'll be back down to race. Phil Druitt with the 403 Mafia car in the semi-finals. And the good thing for actually all 4 semi-finalists, Jed and Colin just basically broke the beams and took it gently. Phil and Ronnie, we know, can hot lap, so I don't think it'll be too long to get Outlaw Anglia semi-finalists down. So that's really good indeed. It is the Wild Bunch up next. Well, commiserations to John Webster. That was a real shame because obviously he tried to launch it as hard as he possibly could. Getting very close to running some superb numbers is John. But it wasn't to be today. So coming round the corner then, it's Gonzo the Great. What a cracking little car. There's so much history. Going alongside Henry's Revenge. Ford powered, obviously. Once again, get the PB sheets in front of me for the Wild Bunch, as they tend to change a fair bit over the weekend. Twelve of them have set new PBs on their ET, and that's the ones I can remember, well, or have logged. There could be more. Angela Lanny with the Henry's Revenge, and of course it's Alan Lloyd with Gonzo the Great. So good to see Ian Lloyd down there as well. Well, look at Gonzo go to an 8:01, 9:54 for Angelo. And good to see Ian Lloyd down there as well. A very good afternoon to you, Ian. Good to see you. And Gavin Taylor. Happy birthday. Yeah, we know. So James Ald with Little Faust, and that number held by Vinny there, 1260. That is the darling. For Steve Garland with Sonic Attack. So James aiming for a 1286, Steve looking for a 1260. 1274, 1277. Oh, neither than too far off. So Rob White with Happy Days, the slingshot. Target for him is 11.98. And it's Tim Roy with the Boston Straggler. He's another one that's set a PB this weekend, 9.12. So 11.98 the target for Rob, and then it is 9. Almost goes towards the tree, almost kisses the centre line. His own world of adventures going on there, did Tim. Nice run, 11.94. Plays a 10.95. Right, the Shindigger of Jim Tanner going alongside the Raging Cajun. That wicked little altered. Bantam bodied. Problems there for Jim. That engine started smoking a bit there, and not quite sure what happened there, but unable to take the run. So go on, Mr. Jones. Target is a 10. Gets a 10.46, so 120. So it's the Rampage Funny Car of Phil James. He's underneath us in the Kestrel Beer Lane. And it is Wrathchild. Rob Brown. B. Drift Spec with the Slingshot Dragster. Do you know what? Rob was not going to lift either. He was fully in control of that, even though it would appear he wasn't. But he knows that car insanely well. Lives in the family garage at home. So 9.47 appears on the scoreboards in the Kestrel Beer Lane. That is the number that Phil James would love to hit. And Rob Brown, how about 11.33 for Rathchild? The first of the two slingshots from the Brown brothers. .11:35. Nicely done there, young Rob. Phil goes 9:57 on his 47. So this is Pete Brown then in Rebel, going alongside Matthew Hollins with the Cheap Thrills dragster from Ratchet Strap Racing. So Haley just bringing Pete up to the line. .58, nicely done. 10.11, that's a bit under his number. But a 0.4 light as well for Rebel. Wide into the tree. So Mark Corsell then with the ball breaker slingshot. Consistent 8.1s this weekend. PB'd last weekend with an 8.07. So Marky Turton helping out Skippy with that chasing time slingshot. .817, 160, 10.51, 127. So Lee Hartnell taking on Chris Hartnell then. Backdraft with Chris behind the wheel, and it's Metal Mistress with Lee behind the wheel. The altered against the slingshot, and the target numbers are a second apart. 8.95 for Chris, 9.95 for Lee. Chris hanging the front wheels in the air for as long as he could. Lee's going to get there first. Oh, only just. 10.15 at 130 against Chris's 9.24 at 148. A little bit of fluid from the back of Lee's car, but nothing untoward. Alright, still cleaning up in the Auto Glim lane. Supercharged Outlaws are back down in the lanes once again. But Ian just jockeying for the track to give me a chance to catch up on the paperwork up here. Nitro FM 96.2 going to take the airwaves just for a short moment. We'll be back though with Supercharged Outlaws with their 5th session this weekend. Right, next up then, Jed Guy taking on Gary Hill. Now, whoever wins this gets a bye in the next round to the semi-finals. But Jed, 6.97 in qualifying. Now, let's not forget, Jed is on for a speed record here. The current marker set by Simon Barlow, 193.72. Jed has already been just over that. If you can back that one up, that would be a new speed record. Also, Jed needs to back up that 697. Jed is just disappearing off into the distance. 104, 60 foot, 688, 193 miles an hour. That is staggeringly quick. Holy moly, 688. Well, he liked the look of the 6-second zone, but that is just knocking the door down. Oh, Gary Hill had a front row seat for that one, 970 at 136. But the numbers for Jed, 104 to 60 foot. That started the run off beautifully at the 8th mile, 4th Kennedy. Well, Colin was drifting towards the wall there, had to back out of it. Still goes 758 at 185. And it's going to be Martin Payne that takes the win here. 8.75 against a lose out 10.13. Spencer lifting up those front wheels. And Rob Nixon on a good looking run as well. Side by side nines. It is. 997 and 984. Rob Nixon and Spencer Tidswell. Start line. That's a good looking run. He went 680 yesterday, 679 today at 233 miles an hour. And also was the had a brilliant run in the dark last night. Wasn't the performance run, but very entertaining as well. So Outlaw Street is a proper mix of vehicles of no particular brand. 110 to 60. Whoa! Oh my word, 767. Smashed his PB to Kingdom Cup. That is an outstanding run. 767. I'm saying it's black and it's mid, but I haven't got a clue what it is. Johnny Best on a good looking run here actually in the Kestrel Beer Lane. Goes 14.30. Has been slightly quicker than that already, but Evans. 9:57, 12:03. Oh, so close to being back in the 11s again. Right, Sharon Carver once again in the Auto Glim lane, going alongside Dave Mott with the gasser. Well, it's a good looking run for Dave, but unfortunately he's gone before the tree's been activated, so he's not going to get any times or speeds, and smoking quite heavily at the stripe as well. 12:81 there for Sharon. Yeah. Green light drag race. Now it's all about the dial-ins then. 10.80 for Jason, 10.45 for Ted. And it is a breakout for Jason. Oh boy, he had over a quarter of a second to play with there on his reaction time, but Ted dodges a bullet, goes through. Jason eliminates himself. Jason was number 2 in the points. So Tom, number 6 in the points, Graham number 5 in the points, and it's the number 5 man that continues. The win margin, .0056. How close do you want that one at the stripe? Irish. This to meet Ted Booth in the next round. Green light drag race. Ray Irish looking for a 10.19. Paul looking for 11.84. And that's Ray all the way. 10.22 and a 0.7 light gets the job done. Paul Dominy only 100th off his dial-in. Oh, Martin Payne goes red, so it's Phil Druitt that takes the win. And that's fact, Martin's seen the win light on the other side of the racetrack. He backs out of it. Phil Druitt goes through with a 9.62. But John Webster is the quicker of the two. Oh, but it's not going to be John Webster. Lost all drive as soon as he did the launch. It's going to be Ronnie Mercer with an 8.68, his quickest of the weekend. Nicely. Well, look at Gonzo go to an 8.01, 9.54 for Angelo. And good to see Ian Lloyd down there as well. A very good. So 11.98 the target for Rob, and then it is 9. Almost goes towards the tree, almost kisses the centre line. His own world of adventures going on there, did Tim. Nice run, 11.94. Plays a 10.95. 11.35. Nicely done there. .858, nicely done. 10.11. That's a bit under his number. .817, 160, 10.51, 127. Well, Chris hanging the front wheels in the air for as long as he could. He's going to get there first. Oh, only just. 10.15 at 130 against Chris's 9.24 at 148. Once again, our tractor. Sterling work out there. As it is time to go Outlaw Anglia. And it's Des Taylor with the Thunder Guard. So Des Taylor having some great runs this weekend. Best of 7.50. Outstanding from Des. We already know that Duncan was driving the car on Friday. And then it's been Des the rest of the weekend long. So are we going to see another 7? A little bit of a pedal to settle the car down. Ah, chute comes out early. That's going to slow him down. But not by much though, 786. Obviously the speed has dropped to 138. But still in the 7s again. Well done, Des Taylor. And of course the Thunder God team. So it is the good guys. It's Steve Clark behind the wheel of the Topolino in the Auto Glim lane. And it's Mike Couch with a little Hemi Hustler. Their target numbers then, 880 for the Altered, and it's 870 for the Slingshot. They can go under it, they can go over it, they just want to get close to it. They work out themselves their closest average. We post the results as well, what we think, but it's down to Supercharged Outlaws themselves for their own results. They just given us the numbers that they're aiming for, and we proudly display them on the boards to give you good people out there an indication of what the numbers are that they're aiming for. All right, Mike Couch going to get there first. Oh, look at that. 100th of a second off his target number. Exactly. 8.6900 on an 870. 957. 152. Good speed there. Tony Underhill. Just with a little kick out at the end of his burnout. Going alongside Mick Checkett with the Slingshot. Now, Tony on his previous pass went 7.05. Mick Checkett, 7.91. Tony had to back out the throttle of that one.
That was reaching for the skies. Mick Checkett goes 760 at 179. Wow, what a run for Mick. But what a wheel stand for Tony. He's going to coast across the line in 21.38. Forget about that. But Tony on that one. That was reaching for the skies. Mick Checkett goes 7. And is that the wheelie bar wheel that's come off? It is. Wow. Well, it certainly put a lot of force into it, that's for sure. Yeah. Oh, Tony had to back out the throttle of that one. That was reaching for the sky. That's 2 for 2 from Supercharged Outlaws. Obviously, with Andy Fadster yesterday reaching for the skies, and Tony thought, oh, I'll see if I can match it. And wasn't intentional, obviously, but boy, oh boy, did that reach for the skies. Can I please have? Oh, Tony had to back out the throttle of that one. That was reaching. Well, Tony's cleared the top end. Go around the corner. Obviously, we're just going to check Tony's car out. And obviously Tony, because he would have come down to earth with a fair old thud then. And I think if you want a photograph for that one, pop round and see Blackett Photography. He was in the pound seat. But that's the other thing with our photographers. They generally take pictures of every single run. Oh, Tony had to back out the throttle of that one. That was reaching for the sky. Doing enough. Going alongside the C10 pickup. That's getting quite a few runs this weekend, actually. From 1968, I think. If my brain serves me right. Sometimes it doesn't. So we're into Run What You Brung. Got two Cudas here. We got Plug Horwood with, if you like, the Mark 1. And that's Pete Lane with his Barracuda running consistent high 11s. .23 plays 11.98. So the little, well, as I say, I don't really know what it is. But I'm calling it the V8 Special. I think it's bits from here and bits from there. Many thanks indeed to Simon Groves telling me that this car that couldn't place earlier on is a 1956 Chrysler Windsor. That's just got style with a capital S. Every inch of it is just beautiful. $12.35, 109. Quickest run of the day so far. Chevy Nova, it's about 4th run today.
alongside the 68 Coronet. Another one from the Nostalgia Superstock. There's all the ingredients have actually been around of Lifestyle Nostalgia Superstock. Quite a few of them come along. $12.27 plays 11.87. The Chevy versus GMC pickup matchup once again. Well, we've got to say many thanks to James Auld from the Little Faust team. He dropped off a tray bake of cake first thing this morning, which our timing crew and everybody else up here is starting to enjoy. So thanks very much indeed. So just a tiny bit of clean up on the start line. Time now just approaching 4:30 in the afternoon of day 3 of 3 at the Hot Rod Drags. And obviously, yeah, a big old weather delay today, which has really put us back behind schedule. But we still got semi-finals and finals to run in Gasser Circus and Outlaw Anglia. And I do believe that they're not far away from coming down. Obviously, the pairing lanes are fairly full with Run What You Brungers. And it's the two pickups going down the track there. Right, Darren Pert with the Cortina. Staggering 7.67 run from earlier. I look forward to his social media post this evening after some staggeringly quick runs this weekend. Well, today. Rattle the tyres just a little bit off the start line, but hey, 7.65, it's getting quicker. 7.67 earlier, now 7.65. Chris Tyhurst with another 10-second pass, but come on, Chris. 10.24, not too bad at all, actually. 128, been hanging around the 10, sort of 10.4s, and has a best of 10.16 that he thinks. 10.24 was that run, even though the clocks did record a 10 flat for him once, but he doesn't believe it. John Davison with Soper and Heck Plymouth. And I think that's AJ below us. It is indeed. Now this Chevy is destined for racing next year. So it's out testing today. Oh, and yesterday. Has been in the 11s. Look forward to seeing what Lee, Jerry and AJ and the gang do to this one. You can hear him manually shifting as he goes up the track. John Davison on a good looking run. Going to be a mid to low 10. There we go, 10.59 and 11.99, staying in the 11s. Nicely done. All right, Harley Peters with the 32. Always keen to get the job done is Harley. And he's flying solo on this one. Oh, wheel spin off the line there, just upset the balance of the car, and the rear wheel started spinning and it started to kick out a little bit. Right, Justin Woolner with the Camaro, 8.23 on his earlier passing. Just see the nitrous purge there, so he had a lot of fun with the rat rod earlier on this weekend. Sally was driving this car yesterday, but Justin wants to wring its neck now. See what's in it. Oh, that's launched beautifully, 124 to 60. 5.27 at the 8th. Oh, 8.24. 164 miles an hour. That's two 8.2 second runs in a row. Went 8.23 earlier, 8.24 on that run. Short numbers were very good indeed, actually. So tractor just doing a tiny bit of grooming once again. Don't think that was going to be on. A couple of adverts from Nitro FM. We'll be back with you shortly. Tony had to back out the throttle of that one. That was reaching for the skies. Mick Checkett goes 760 at 179. Wow, what a run for Mick. But what a wheel stand for Tony. So we're into Run What You Brung. This is all the ingredients for actually being around of Lifestyle Nostalgia Superstock. Quite a few of them come along. $12.27 plays $11.87. Rattled the tyres just a little bit off the start line, but hey, 765, it's getting quicker. You can hear him manually shifting as he goes up the track. John Davison on a good looking run. Going to be a mid to low 10. There we go, 10.59 and 11.99, staying in the 11s. Nicely done. 7 at the 8th. Oh, 8.24. 164 miles an hour. That's two 8.2 second runs in a row. Went 8.23 earlier, 8.24 on that run. Short numbers were very good indeed, actually. So it's Gasser Circus Eliminations round number 3. This is semi-finals. Whoever wins goes obviously into the final. Whoever doesn't will be going on. Oh, so close. So here they come. Ray Irish going alongside Ted Booth. Sorry, Katie Booth. Why is it saying? Why am I saying Ted? It's Katie. The Darlings End, 10:45 for Katie, 10:19 for Ray. Katie will be leaving first. Ray's going to be chasing her down. Oh, Katie had a 0.2 light compared to Ray's 0.24. She had 0.2 in the bag, but broke out by 100th of a second. So it is going to be Ray into the final. All right, Graham Barton taking on Martin Hallam. Martin will be leaving first, looking for 11:37. Graham Barton, 10.79. This for a spot in the final against Ray Irish. Green for Martin, green for Graham. Very close. Looks like Martin's got his nose out in front, but he did, but he broke out, went too quick. 10.81 for Graham Barton. He takes the win. And also there was a reaction time advantage there for Martin. So in a bizarre way, the two cars that had the better reaction times and had it in the bag both broke out, went too quick. Your final in Gasser Circus is going to be Graham Barton and Ray Irish. Right, Outlaw Anglia semi-finals. Colin Miller taking on Ronnie Mercer. Ronnie Mercer has gone 8 rounds undefeated in competition in the last 2 weekends. He's gone 3 rounds this weekend. He went 5 rounds last weekend. And those 5 rounds took him to the win at the Euro final shootout. But he's still going here as well. But tough opponent, Colin Miller. Been 7.04 in eliminations already today. Qualified with the 7.06. And knocking on the door of the 6s. See how they got on then. Colin Miller, Ronnie Mercer. Colin drives through the shake and he's straight and true all the way through to a 7.22, 190 miles an hour, but the tyre shake tells a story on that run. Rattled the tyres at the start and the tyres were rattling away for at least 30 of the first 60 foot out there. Just suffering a lack of traction there, goes 110 to 60 foot, but Colin Miller is through to the final. Well, Jed Guy laying a perfect launch pad for himself. And Phil Druitt, 403 Mafia. Just waiting to his burnout. There he goes. Waits for Jed to come back because Phil doesn't burn out across the start line, so doesn't need to go chasing up the track. Well, what can we say about Jed Guy this weekend? First Outlaw Anglia into the 6s in the UK. 6.97 in qualifying and 6.88 in round 2. He's already set the speed record at 193.88. He set the ET record currently at 6.97. Mind you, we don't know if they need to back up in Outer Anglia. I must point that out. That's down to the individual class. It's not Motorsports UK event. Jed, 111 to 60 foot, not as quick as he'd been previously. It'll be a 7, but it won't be a flat out one. No, it's not even a 7, it's an 8.18 at 130. So it is set up. The final of Colin Miller and Jed Guy. Oh boy, that's going to be fun. The last hurrah of the year, their last meeting. It's basically whatever they've got left, put it in and see what you got. Alright, back to run what you brung for a little while. Jim Smith from Nostalgia Superstock. Bit of a timing system reboot. Just unfortunate timing on that one. I'm loving the Ford in the York, in the Kestrel beer lane. Hadn't seen the car before, but let's just say it doesn't hang about. It's pretty quick. Just waiting for the timing system to come back online. Need to back it up occasionally. So once again then Jim Smith in the Dodge, Auto Glim Lane and the Ford. I tell you what, there's not a lot between these two actually, performance. .11:35 plays 11:58, quickest run of the day in the Kestrel Beers Lane. 11:35. Very impressive indeed. So Chevy pickup. Oh, well, great to see the Nova again in that run. He's been stuck in the pairing lanes for ages. That's Owen Forrest running in the low 10s. What's that? I don't think I've ever seen that before. I think it's a spare manifold. Very bizarre. I'll come and pick that up later. I'm speechless on that. Oh, good launch there for Owen. At the 8th, he's 6:52 and 103. And yeah, low 10 again. Goes 10:32 at 128. Snow White, Steve Mitchell. Sounds like the fireworks from last night. Then 970 at 138 there for Steve. Quickest of the weekend, sorry, quickest of the day, 15:51 on the four-door Falcon going through. Oh, it's almost deja vu. These two lined up before, and they were in the same lanes as before. Unfortunately, I haven't got all the info on every single driver up here this weekend. 10:44 plays 11:01. Quickest run of the weekend and almost into the 10s for the Trans Am. And these two lined up next to each other earlier on. That's Pete Jones with the Outlaw Anglia going alongside Phil Mulls with the Willis. Great chat with Phil, the Oz and Luke last night. Oh, a bit too keen there was Pete, so he's going to get a time or speed, unfortunately. So let's see what Phil can do. 6.5 to the 8th at 107 and 10:17, 132 at the stripe. Next one's to come up to the line then. Looking in the lanes, I can see Mark Bull is down there with Fright once again. But we've got cars doing their burnouts underneath us at the moment. Gen 2 Camaro going alongside the C10 pickup. Exactly the same thing as the first run. Got off the line and had to have a second go at it. 11:71 for the pickup and 14:50. All right, Mark Bull, let's see what he's got for us this time round. 10.4s to the 10.2s. .75, just a little bit off pace on that particular run. Great little match up this one. The 100Es to the 4. So Dave Mott with the gasser. And of course Scott Collin with his 100E in the Kestrel Beers lane. That's a good looking early part of the run there for Scott. Perennially in the 10s. It depends which flavour comes out. 10:28, 1:31. And Dave Mott goes 13:30 at 101. And that's his quickest run of the weekend. Well done there, Dave. 13:30. I've mentioned it a few times, but I don't mind saying it again. I cannot wait to see what Lee, Jerry and AJ do with this car to turn it into a full-blown race car for next year. One of the things that they will lack are the rear tyres. Nothing wrong with the fronts, but the rear's just that little bit skinny, and put a bit more rubber to the ground. That thing is going to launch a lot harder. And don't forget, this is a manual stick shift car at the moment. Will they go auto, or we'll have to wait and see. $12.38, 117. So the Galaxy 500 and Ty Strevitt. Had the pleasure of racing Ty Strevitt at VW Breakout earlier on this year. First time I'd actually met him, and bright young lad who loves his racing, as does the whole team, to be fair. And he's going to be plying his trade on the quarter mile for quite a while to come. $17.30 plays $18.42. Right, this is the two pickups once again, the Chevy and the GMC. It's the GMC that is the quicker of the two. Oh, pairing lanes thinning out quite a lot now, actually getting quite late in the day. In fact, I can only see about 3 or 4 vehicles there. It won't be too long before we run our finals in Outlaw Anglia and Gasser Circus. The GMC remains a quicker. 1604 plays a 21.23. Do you know what? I was waiting for these two to actually line up against each other, and finally it's happened. So you got Chris Tyhurst in the black 32, running in the low 10s. And you got Harley Peters in the yellow 32. He's been running in the low 11s. Looking launch there for Chris. Nice one, 10.18. That's his quickest of the weekend, 128.32. That's the way it launched, actually, 138 to 60 foot. If you can get the launch right, then everything else generally falls into place if the run is as smooth as it normally is. It's always about the 60 foot. If you can get it to hook up, if you can get it to launch, everything else is just building up on what you've already done. As I think the Firebird is about to prove, actually, 160 to the 60 foot. We're going to see this into the 10s. We are. Wow, only just 10.999 out of 122. Already been in the 10s, but it goes to show. You get the early part of the run right, the rest of it comes in. 702 at 99 miles an hour at the 8th. So the Angry Bird in the Auto Glim lane just copped the name of the car on the side of it as it went through. Oh, a little bit tail happy in the Kestrel Beer lane, but the right foot wasn't coming up at all. Goes 1060 at 127 miles an hour. And 1539 at 88. Well, talk about hot lapping, it didn't take long to get back down here, the C10 pickup. And of course, Mr. Mark Bull. Well, he only ran a second ago. He's basically just trimmed it straight back down to the start line to give it another go. He's obviously got the bit between his teeth now. He really wants to get quick. 10:18 on that last pass a moment ago. Come on, Chris. 10:17. He's found another 100th. Don't know what he's done, but he's 100th off his own PB now. He was 200ths before that run. Right, pick your 57 then. Steve Mitchell running very consistent 9-second passes today, going alongside AJ in the 11s. .966 and 1170. Wow. Found it that time. Unlocked the potential. AJ, 1170. Well, you're going to see some familiar cars hot lapping now, as the lanes are very, very empty. And when I say very empty, there's about 3 cars down there. But we are in the process of gathering our finalists, and as soon as they're ready, they'll come down. .1108 at 123. Bear in mind, it just went 10.99. So Ty Strevitt once again Doing a passenger ride this time, actually. So our first finalists have made it down. That's Graham Barton and Ray Irish. They are the finalists in the Gasser Circus. Just gone to head of the lanes. And unfortunately Ty Strevitt have just been pushed back there. Also see a couple of the other Whitey cars making their way down. But as I say, getting towards the end of our on-track action here at the Hot Rod Drags. Whilst the tractor just does a little bit of prep in the lanes as we are getting ready for our finals, Nitro FM just going to take the airways over for a little while and we'll be back with you. I think we'll probably have our last session on track. So Nitro FM, airwaves are yours. Right, next up then, Jed Guy taking on Gary Hill. Now, whoever wins this gets a bye in the next round to the semi-finals. But Jed, 6.97 in qualifying. Now, let's not forget, Jed is on for a speed record here. The current marker set by Simon Barlow, 193.72. Jed has already been just over that. Now, if you can back that one up, that would be a new speed record. Also, Jed needs to back up that 697. Jed is just disappearing off into the distance. 104, 60 foot, 688, 193 miles an hour. That is staggeringly quick. Holy moly, 688. Well, he liked the look of the 6 second zone, but that is just knocking the door down. Oh, Gary Hill had a front row seat for that one, 970 at 136. But the numbers for Jed, 104 to 60 foot. That started the run off beautifully. At the 8th mile, 4th Kennedy. So it has got down to the final two in Gasser Circus. Ray Irish and Graham Barton. So I'm not quite sure how the points works out in Gasser Circus, but Graham Barton was less than 200 points behind Sean Milsom and 250 points behind Billy Jones. But by going through to the final and the potential of winning it, he could move on up here. Going alongside Ray Irish. It's a green light drag race. The dial-ins then. 10.79 for Graham, 10.19 for Ray. And at the stripe, it is a 10.79. He hits it bang on, and also with the 0.3 light. Graham Barton takes the win against the lose-out. 10.24 and a 10.19 for Ray Irish. Graham Barton, your winner. Big gas of circus. Well done, Graham. So good to see these two having another go at it. Coming up to the line then is Chris Tyhurst. His best this weekend of 10.17. He reckons his PB is 10.16. And it's Harley Peters with the yellow 32. Oh, if you want to get someone to get a PB, this is the one. I don't think the launch was as good as the previous ones. Do you know what it was? It was another 10.17 as well. Very consistent. 10.18, 10.17, 10.17, the last three runs for Chris Tyhurst. Ty Strevitt coming up to the line. Well, we're not that far away from Outlaw Anglia final. We just got to wait for them to get into the lanes. And then it's going to be that number 1 versus number 2 qualifier matchup. The two quickest cars in Outlaw Anglia, Colin Miller and Jed Guy. Ty Strevitt with the passenger in the Dodge. Well, Ty capable of going a fair bit quicker than he's going at the moment. Around about 12.2, I think that car will go. It goes 17.56 at just 86 miles an hour. Guess who's back? Chris Tyhurst. 10.18, 10.17, 10.17. What's he got for this one? Going alongside AJ. Ah, that's a good looking launch there. For both of them, to be fair. AJ went 11.70 on his previous pass. 10.16, 11.74. Well, Chris matches his PB there. In actual fact, I would say that was a new PB because that 10.160. So well on Chris. AJ goes through with 11.74. He had gone 11.70, but the crisp air at the end of the day, there is no wind out there at all. Just a tiny bit crosswind, but nothing that's going to slow the cars down at all. Look at the wind turbines just sitting there doing nothing. Glorious evening, well, late afternoon, not far off evening here. And to say we are awaiting Outlaw Anglia to come down. But apart from the weather delay this morning, it's been a phenomenal day. It's been a phenomenal weekend. Record runs, our first ever 6-second pass in Outlaw Anglia in the UK, in fact in Europe, and only the second car to do it in the world, to join John Willard, who has done it in Australia. And we really hope that John can get the car over to the UK. Don't forget, the body on John's car started life from Colin Miller's mould, and that was shipped over to Australia so that John could have an Outlaw Anglia with a proven body. And fingers crossed, the restrictions and the finances, of course, 'cause it's going to cost a fair few dollars or pounds, whichever you want to work it out in. It's going to cost a few quid to get John's car over to the UK, but if he can hook up with Carl Cox and ship it over with Carl's Pro Mod, then that would work very nicely indeed. Because we know that Carl would love to run Pro Mod in Europe, especially at the UK. Carl has raced at Santapod in the past. We had the pleasure of meeting Carl at the Door Slammers a couple of weeks ago, and very good chat with him to find out his plans. Do you know what? We didn't even talk about his global DJing that he does. It was all about drag racing, his Capri and his Pro Mod and stuff like that. But, top bloke, absolute top bloke. Well, whilst we're waiting for AJ's made it back down again. Wonder if Chris is there. I think the guys are trying to find an 11.6 now, because they found the 11.7. I can get 11.6 now. After this event, this car is basically going to be turned into a full race car. What they're going to do, I haven't got a clue. How they're going to paint it, I don't know. They may just leave it white. We don't know yet. There's just so many unknowns, but we don't know what the plan is. But AJ with Lee, Jerry and a few others, they have or may have already hatched the plan. But the early plan was to get it here to Santapod this weekend, run it in Run What You Brung, see what it would do, and it's performed absolutely superbly. Say it's a manual transmission in the car. Will they switch it to auto? Will they keep it manual? Is it going to run on treads? Is it going to run on slicks? We just do not know yet. But knowing what Lee and Jerry and that lot do, I would imagine it's going to go a fair bit quicker. I'll imagine it'll be on slicks, and I'll imagine it'll pull much bigger wheelies than it's pulling at the moment. So don't forget, you saw it here first. Well, the amount of burnouts it's done this weekend, I don't think it's got a huge amount of rear tyre left on it either. But then after this weekend, I think that probably the tyres will have had enough. Don't need to do any more work. So come on AJ, let's see a 10.6 on 73 to the 60 foot. 5 seconds to the 330, 770 at 92 to the 8th. And it's 11.90 at 117 miles an hour. I think it was just a little bit shy off the line on that particular pass. But nevertheless, it's apart from its early runs when they were getting used to the car, it's been running 11s all weekend long. So we're just looking into the pairing lanes now to see Colin Miller has made his way down. He is coming down, and right behind him, Jed Guy. These are your two finalists for Outlaw Anglia this weekend. The way they are set up in the lanes at the moment, Colin Miller looks like he'll be coming round into the Kestrel Beer lane, and Jed will be going into the Auto Glim lane. Meanwhile, Steve Mitchell is back down with Snow White. So Jed and Colin are just getting their race suits on at the moment, and they'll be getting strapped into their cars very shortly indeed. They're pitting next to each other. They've been celebrating with each other all weekend long. Good looking run here for Steve. 966, 138, nicely done. Okay, so our focus now is on the pairing lanes. So it is your final of Outlaw Anglia. This is what we've all been waiting for this weekend. These two matched up in Q1 and produced that outstanding, quickest ever side-by-side run in Outlaw Anglia history. When Jed went 6.97, Colin was in the 7.0s. Colin has been consistently in the 7.0s when needed to be, but Jed, goodness me, 6.88, 193.83 miles an hour, sorry, 0.88 to set the new speed record. So both drivers are in the cars now. Those of you tuned into the live feed can see them just on their own in the pairing lanes. There they are, doors open. Some of the crew around on the track, but Jed to your left, Colin Miller to your right. Shorty's Hot Rod and the Flying Fifer. Well, on performance, it should be these two in the final, and that's the way it's worked out. Been some great runs also from, let's not forget, John Webster this weekend. He's been in the 7.1s. But yeah, the last pair of the day. And pretty fitting it's Outlaw Anglia final. Hope you had a fantastic time here at Sandpod this weekend. Those of you who've been tuned into the live feed all weekend long, thank you for sticking with us. Obviously it's been a bit tricky this morning as you're watching replays, as the weather wasn't very kind to us at all, but now the conditions are nigh on perfect. It's a tiny bit of a crosswind, but it's not going to affect the ETs of the cars. The breeze across the track being protected by the spectator banking, and it is a breeze, it's nothing more than that. The flags are fluttering, but not much more than that. So Colin closes the door on his car. He's pretty much ready to go. So who's going to take this one? This is the last race of the year for Outlaw Anglia, actually. They're not at the national finals. You may see one or two of them come and have a bit of fun at Flame and Thunder. Getting text messages coming through here. Graham Smith just texted and he said it's great to see Snow White back on track. I'm glad Steve is having a great time. It won't be long before he's in the 8s. I totally agree. Al Williamson has tuned in. Has Jed now got the fastest in the world, and how quick did the Aussie guy go? The Aussie guy's gone a fair bit quicker, actually. I believe it's 6.7s for John Willard. John will message me in a moment and tell me what his personal best is, because although we try and keep track of him, sometimes it's not always possible. So, John, send me a message. I know you're tuned in. Tell me what your PB is. Jammer just stood by Jed's door at the moment. Colin on his own. Ian just doing the last bit of sledding on the racetrack. So the cars are ready. We're just getting ourselves set for our final pair of the day. Outlaw Anglia, 29 cars entered here this weekend. And goodness knows how many are going to be at this meeting next year, because the class just seems to grow and grow and grow. It's great that it's heads up. There was some sort of hope that we could try and do a first round eliminations, first round eliminated cars bracket race, but obviously the weather didn't help, and with so many cars and so much other stuff going on site, it was a little bit too difficult to do that. Has been done before though. So I'm actually just onto John's page to see if I can find out his PB, but we know it's a little bit quicker than what Jed has run so far. Tell you what, Nitro FM play a couple of adverts. Ian's still out there with the tractor. Back with you in a moment, not far away from our Anglia final. Well, Colin was drifting towards the wall there, had to back out of it. Still goes 758 and 185. Right, next up then, Jed Guy taking on Gary Hill. Now, whoever wins this gets a bye in the next round to the semi-finals. But Jed, 6.97 in qualifying. Now, let's not forget, Jed is on for a speed record here. The current marker set by Simon Barlow, 193.72. Jed has already been just over that. Now, if you can back that one up, that would be a new speed record. Also, Jed needs to back up that 697. Jed is just disappearing off into the distance. 104, 60 foot, 688, 193 miles an hour. That is staggeringly quick. Holy moly, 688. Well, he liked the look of the 6 second zone, but that is just knocking the door down. Oh, Gary Hill had a front row seat for that one. 970 at 136. But the numbers for Jed, 104 to 60 foot. That started the run off beautifully. At the 8th mile, 4th Kennedy. Well, Colin was drifting towards the wall there, had to back out of it. Still goes 758 and 185. And it's going to be Martin Payne that takes the win here. 8.75 against a lose out 10.13. Spencer lifting up those front wheels. And Rob Nixon on a good looking run as well. Side by side nines. It is. 997 and 984. Well, I tell you what, Ian Marshall has given them the best racetrack he possibly can. This is the final of Outlaw Anglia. Colin Miller, Jed Guy. There's been quite a few people messaging me since I clicked off there, people wishing everybody the best luck. We know what we want to see. John Willard, by the way, 6.79 at 204.90. His best down under. Jed's 6.88. Right, well, there's a lot of questions that we can ask now, and they'll be answered in just a couple of moments. Will we see Jed go even quicker than 6.88? Will we see Colin Miller in the sixes? Been oh so close. Will you see side-by-side sixes in Outlaw Anglia? Will one of them just get too much tyre shake and have to click it off? Drag racing is a funny old game. Doesn't always go to plan, but when it does, boy oh boy when it does, it is just phenomenal. So both of them have done their burnouts. Colin Miller purging his nitrous, just making sure that absolutely everything is as perfect as it can be. Colin had been drifting to the left on his runs, but he's aiming straight down that quarter mile. Jed Guy, final purge. Colin with his final purge. They're in stage. It's a green light drag race. Oh, they are neck and neck down the quarter mile. This is a really close race. Who's going to take this one? 6.93 is Jed Guy that does it. 7.06, 192. But look at the speed for Jed. 194.52 miles an hour. Oh, that was worth it. Oh, boy, fantastic. 6.93, 194 for Jed Guy, takes the win. Miller. The reaction times, get this, the reaction times, 0.16 for Colin, 0.36 for Jed. They were both on it. The win margin was 1/10 of a second at the stripe. Ladies and gentlemen, what a wrap to the Hot Rod Drags. The most exciting Outlaw Anglia final I've seen ever. Wow. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. The Hot Rod Drags this weekend have just been so memorable. Thank you ever so much indeed for joining us. Have a very, very safe journey home. We look forward to seeing you next weekend for the national finals. We certainly look forward to seeing you at the Hot Rod Drags next year. And George just trying to pick it off up the floor at the moment. But seriously, folks, take it steady out there. And we look forward to seeing you at future events here at Santa Barbara. Give the crews a huge cheer there. Jed Guy, that's his third 6-second pass this weekend. And with the numbers that he just ran, the 6.88, if it needs to be backed up, he just did it. Absolutely phenomenal. He needs to go 6.94 or quicker, and he went 6.93. So well done to Jed. But 3 6-second passes this weekend. Right, we're going to sign off from the tower now. Thank you ever so much indeed to our track crew, timing crew, absolutely everybody. Simon at Eurodragster, thank you ever so much indeed. Nitro FM, been so good to have you here this weekend. Thank you so much indeed. And I'll tell you what, we'll do it again next weekend as well. Going to sign off from the tower. We'll see you soon. Take it steady. Bye-bye. Jed Guy. There's been quite a few people messaging me since I clicked off there, people wishing everybody the best luck. We know what we want to see. John Willard, by the way, 6.79 at 204.90. His best down under. Jed's 6.88. Right, well, there's a lot of questions that we can ask now, and they'll be answered in just a couple of moments. Will we see Jed go even quicker than 6.88? Will we see Colin Miller in the sixes? Been oh so close. Will you see side-by-side sixes in Outlaw Anglia? Will one of them just get too much tyre shake and have to click it off? Drag racing is a funny old game. Doesn't always go to plan, but when it does, boy oh boy when it does, it is just phenomenal. So both of them have done their burnouts. Colin Miller purging his nitrous, just making sure that absolutely everything is as perfect as it can be. Colin had been drifting to the left on his runs, but he's aiming straight down that quarter mile. Jed Guy, final purge. Colin with his final purge. They're in stage. It's a green light drag race. Oh, they are neck and neck down the quarter mile. This is a really close race. Who's going to take this one? 6:93. It's Jed Guy that does it. 7:06, 192. But look at the speed for Jed. 194.52 miles an hour. Oh, that was worth it. Oh, boy, fantastic. 6.93, 194 for Jed Guy, takes the win.